And welcome here, everyone. We are excited to kick off the League of Legends side of the playoffs. We're already underway with the NECC. We had Valorant back on Monday. We had Rainbow Six Siege on Tuesday. And now we got even more. Welcome to the League of Legends broadcast, as we are now with 2 broadcasts back to back. We'll be bringing you some awesome matches with some of the top seeds coming in here, seeing if they can make it on into the next round of playoffs. My name is Orbital. With me is a random minion caster, and we will be bringing you all the action. RMC, how you doing?
Doing good. You mentioned top seeds, Orbital, and we are literally starting with it, so I'm hyped for it. We are in the Challengers Atlantic Division with first seed Florida Tech Panthers, undefeated through the regular season match-wise. They've not dropped a single match, up against the Farmingdale State Rams, 8th seed coming into it. And Orbital, we've gotten a chance to cast the Farmingdale State Rams a couple of times this season, and consistently they've been improving. They've now made it into playoffs. And my goodness, is this a challenge for them to get past in the first round?
It's going to be David and Goliath, the story everyone's heard of. And you know what? They're going to try and make out like David against this Goliath. It'll be a test to see. And I mean, I'm excited, right? Again, you and I, as you said, have cast them multiple times, but I've yet to see the Panthers play, and I expect them to come out with a healthy amount of respect. There is not a single first seed in my mind that will ever go into a match saying, we're just going to wing it, right? Even if they are the first seed, you don't want to lose out in the opening round. It feels so bad. So let's go ahead and take a look at the players bringing out this Challengers roster here for the Florida Tech Panthers. It is going to be Trade and Poke. That is an awesome name, by the way. In the top lane, Area 1177. In the jungle, Fungus Stungus. A great name again. In the mid lane, AYD Instinct. And then Jono Lol going to be rounding out support.
Okay, that's interesting. So I'm not sure if the top and jungle names are accurate. As far as I know, it should be Dipinator and FT Reset in the top and jungle. And Orbital, we might not have cast Florida Tech Panthers this split, but we certainly cast them last split. The top 3 members, the top jungle and mid, are returning members from the team in fall. The bot lane is new with Instinct and Jonah Law. And because I don't know the bot lane, let's talk about the top side. Because I do know Dipinator and I do know Fungus Dungus used to go by the name Permit Power. These 2 solo laners are absolutely cracked. And within this division, within the Challenge Atlantic division here, I'm fairly confident in saying they're probably the 2 best solo laners in this division, and they've been hard carrying this team. Instinct and Jonah Law, they've not had the opportunity to show off because the top side's been so strong.
That always feels bad when you're overshadowed, and it's not because you aren't pulling your weight. It's literally they just run away with it. That one, yeah. You know what? We'll see if they can do something else here. We are going to take a look on the other side, though. The Farmingdale Rams will be bringing out their roster as well, with, if you've seen them in the past, a little bit of a difference coming in here. We are going to see Sexy Pant in the top side. It is going to be Evelyn Bot in that jungle, of course, staying the same. Taking a look in the mid, though, we are, or may not, see Leon V9 in the mid, as well as Onsty coming in here at possibly ADC, and then Zukima at support.
Yeah, so the sort of maybes is because Farmingdale Rams have been shifting their roster throughout the split, trying to find the optimal combination. Sexy Pant and Evelyn Bot have been the rocks in the top and jungle position. They've been popping up, they've been carrying the games, they win. The bot half of the map is where things get a little bit messy. Leon V9 was originally their starting mid, but has more recently switched to the bot lane with Zukima. And frankly, in the bot lane, I've liked this pairing, I've liked this change up in the roster. Leon V9 on Jinx especially, with the steady laning phase Zukima provides, has been 1v9ing in some of those team fights, or at least 1v5ing, because the rest of the team has been with him. On C, moving to the mid lane, has been trading on and off with Liz as well in the mid lane. So honestly, not having quite as much screen time in the mid lane, and tonight we'll have a massive matchup in trying to hold down Fungus Dungus. To me, that's one of the lanes to watch for sure, because honestly, as an AD carry main swapping up, it's already a hard task, and into one of the best solo laners, it just gets tougher.
It's a scary, scary thought, but maybe those roster swaps, maybe all those movements will allow them to play out a little bit stronger. Of course, you know the map that we're going to. It is always, of course, Summoner's Rift. I have yet, and I'm very, very excited at some point to hear that ranked Arium is coming out. I want to see it so bad just because I want that, or like bring back Dominion for like a week, you know, just bring back, or Twisted Tree Line. What about Twisted Tree Line? Did you ever play that?
Yeah, used to play ranked.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, no, bring it back. I miss those game modes, but Orbital, without further ado, we are into pick and bans. Farmingdale starting on the blue side for this game. They will have first pick, whereas Florida Tech, potential counter pick coming through for them.
Yes, and they're going to try their best again. Farmingdale coming out and maybe having that first pick mentality. That is going to be very, very interesting to watch. But there we go. A little bit of respectful banning out here. You got to ban away the namesake. You give that respect over. It's appropriate. The Camille also banned away, making sure that Dipinator in the top side just will not have that champion. Don't want to allow that ease of accessibility and the versatility that a Camille brings. And then of course it's a Jinx. If you are on red side, this is one of the champions, one of the like the 3 ADCs that you got to kind of, you know, rock paper scissors toss out of the game.
Yeah, we mentioned it before, the fact that Leon V9 in the AD carry role has popped off on this Jinx. Anytime you give him a stable lane to kind of play through and skill up, he just takes over. I want to talk a little bit about the Misfortune ban as well coming through from Farmingdale, because that shows me they did their prep, they did their homework. Instinct doesn't play a lot of Misfortune in solo queue, but specific to the Florida Tech team, we've mentioned before, great solo laners, not a lot of opportunities for Instinct to pop off. Misfortune's been one of the champions he's been able to do that on, dominating the lane, and more importantly, team fights. That bullet time just makes everything so much easier for Florida Tech.
And they just don't want to deal with it. So you can see the picks coming out here quite quickly. And of course, they are picking in their actual roles. So let's go ahead and dive into it a little bit. The Wukong not in the jungle this time around. We are going to see it in the top side. And that was actually in B5. So the Jax came out as the counter. The Hecarim in that P2 position, meaning that the Viego was also a blind pick. Hecarim being the answer to that one. And then in the mid lane, the Sylas being brought out here. It was blind pick. So the Lissandra being the answer. So Farmingdale bringing out a little bit of their own comfort, even though they are on that blue side.
Yeah, and the Viego for FT Reset's interesting because, well, with the name like Reset, you're expecting Reset champions. And in fall, Viego was his most played champion in NECC Fall 2022. In spring, he's actually preferred things like the Wukong or the Xinjiao instead for early skirmishing. So going back to this Viego, vote of confidence in Fungus Dungus in Dipinator for being able to set him up. And with that Tristana coming through as well, okay, it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of burst damage on this Florida Tech team, a lot of opportunities to get those resets off. I'm really liking the synergy that we're seeing from Reset's Viego pick.
Of course, and not just that, I like the Zillion on the other side, so Farmingdale answering correctly. Now, the Zillion was actually picked up in B3 position, and I know that there's a lot of mechanics behind it, but if you're going to stop a reset, what's the easiest way? You just don't let them die, right? Like, that is the most Stonewall style of don't let them reset.
Yeah, stop that execute from coming through. Great, you killed him. There's your Heartbreaker gone. Now you've got to actually find another kill some other way before you can reset your ultimate. I really like the Zillion pickup. And the other thing about it as well, Orbital, is when I look at Farmingdale's composition, you've got the Hecarim as well. Gotta go fast. Movement speed equals attack damage for Hecarim. So having that Zillion to speed you up, going to be massive for them. Farmingdale, we kind of said before, it is a David versus Goliath situation. If it's going to be stock standard laning, Farmingdale is unlikely to come out ahead. And I had a chance to speak to Coach Kim Shane as well. And he also mentioned that, yeah, he's aware that the laning is not going to be great in the individual matchups. It's really, really rough. So Farmingdale is looking to try and break out of standard states as fast as possible. And when you've got a Zillion who can roam, with a Hecarim who can speed up, I like the odds of you being able to introduce chaos and not have to face the 1v1s, the 2v2s of standard laning.
And that is the exact mentality that they do have to go into it because, of course, Florida Tech, they're looking to lane, right? These are all lane bully champions. You look down the line, it's literally, we're just going to beat you into the ground. Jax will quite literally beat you into the ground. It's a lamppost. You're going to be stuck in the ground. And then in the mid lane, the Sylas, right? This is known also as a bully champion, especially against a Lissandra, who, yes, has the range, has a lot of safety. The damage backing Lissandra is not great. The fact that you picked Lissandra means that you are conceding a bit of the lane over. So I feel like we are going to see Fungus Dungus go ham in there. And then in the bot side, right? One hook, and it feels like it's going to be over.
Yeah, and it's a lot of comfort champions as well. Fungus Dungus, most played champion this split has been that Sylas. And you look at all the ultimates he can pick up. There's the Hecarim ultimate, the Unstoppable Onslaught, which you can just take away, and that's a great engage tool. Even the Lissandra 1v1, getting that Glacial, the Frozen Tomb, pardon me, is massive to stop ganks from coming through from Sid Hecarim of Evelyn bot, or even just to be able to avoid a lot of that burst damage that Lissandra has to play around. I say a lot of burst damage. What little damage she has in the form of that burst. If you can play around her cooldowns, it's going to be massive for the team. So I really like the Sylas pickup. It's comfort, it's great for team fighting, and the bot lane. Let's go down there for Florida Tech Panthers a little bit. Tristana Nautilus as well. Tristana is Instinct's most played AD carry, and you were talking about laning. Tristana is an incredibly strong AD carry in the early levels. Levels 1 through 3, very few AD carries can match her. You throw that with the Nautilus, and you look across a Xayah, a Zillion, Xayah needs items. She needs time to scale. More importantly, she needs level 6 Featherstorm to be safe. Zillion needs level 6 to get his Chrono Shift too. Pre-level 6, there's a lot of kill burst potential onto them. And even if Hecarim comes down there, Hecarim's not that tanky anymore before he gets items. Tristana and Nautilus can look to try and burst one of them out right from the get-go and then win the subsequent 2v2 as well.
And we do want to touch on that Hecarim shift here, because again, I know we just had the patch 13.8 come out. I don't think Hecarim was touched that heavily, but it has been I want to say a high point of Riot recently to kind of tune down these mix of bruiser, tank, almost assassin-like champions, right? Vi got touched on, I think, just 2 patches ago, and it was specifically saying, hey, you can't go both and reap the benefits of both. Hecarim was one of the additional ones of that. You were talking about how Hecarims are not as tanky, and that's just that build path. It has to be identified. You aren't going to have that layer of defense that you normally see all the time. So I love the fact that you pointed it out. There could be some differences in the bot side, and yet the flip side of that is, well, if you don't have the tank, just go damage and pray that you beat him out in that way, right? Like, just send it.
Yeah, you can. I mean, one of the adjustments they made to Hecarim, I can't remember how many patches ago, was that instead of the upfront raw damage, a lot of it was just tuned towards scaling on some of his abilities. So if he does spec for the damage, it's viable. And you look across to what Florida Panthers have picked, they don't have a true tank. They've got a Nautilus, but realistically supports right now don't get enough gold to become full tanks. At best, they're chunky units, but they're not the fat meatballs front lines you need them to be. So if you go all damage with things like Xayah, with Wukong, with Hecarim, you definitely can burst down the likes of the Tristana, the Viego very, very quickly. Jackson's side is a bit tougher, but hey, if you can kill that Tristana and Viego early, especially with an unstoppable onslaught, which is, well, it's in the name, unstoppable. If you can burst them down, you should be able to win the subsequent 5v3.
Of course, and then in that same breath, you're also talking about the Glacial Tomb that comes out of Alessandra, right? You can actually isolate these targets, so it is going to be on execution for Farmingdale's side. We are going to have to watch and see if they can pull this fight off, as of course, they are on the playoff lifeline here. They are all playing in single elimination brackets. Same for the Panthers. We are now onto the grid for game number 1 between first seed Florida Tech Panthers and Farmingdale Rams coming in as the 8th seed. Very, very excited to see what they can do. Of course, in the early stages, not too much is going to happen.
Yeah, and the thing is, it doesn't matter what seed you come into this tournament with. Once you hit playoffs, as you mentioned, single elimination, you lose, you're out. And Florida Panthers will remember that from fall, where they were 2nd seed coming in. They got a bye in the quarterfinals, made it to semifinals, and then lost to the eventual winners, MTU Huskies. One shot, you're out. So I'm sure the Florida Panthers, they'll remember that, and they'll come into this one roaring. We already touched on their draft. It's really solid. They've got everything they want. They've got comfort, and they've got pop-off potential. And to me, that says that they're taking this one really seriously. They're not getting overconfident against the Rams.
I like it. And we're also seeing a little bit of a difference in terms of starting points for both Reset and Evelyn Bot. You can go ahead and take a look. Evelyn opting for that solo start, trying to give Leon and Zukima a chance at pushing out that bot side and trying to put Instinct and Jono in a little bit more difficult position, trying to hit that level 2 before, the Nautilus decides, hey, I want to flash and hook and see what I can get. So I think it's appropriate, but at most, it is just going to level out the playing field.
I actually didn't see what happened to Jono's flash, but the Nautilus flash is not available for the level 2 sort of cheese play that you're describing.
That was used way earlier too. That's about halfway down. That was like used in base.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, and that's not Hex Flash either. So, yeah, Instinct and Jono going to be set behind. Thankfully, I don't think the Rams are aware of that either, because if it did happen in base, there's no way they know. And
yeah.
For the Rams, I think with Leon and Zukimi, the idea here, you don't really want to gank this lane. There's not a ton of kill threat on it. So, Evelyn, probably just leave it alone. Let them farm up. As I say that, though, Evelyn's actually sneaking into the bush. I don't know how this one's going to go, but I'm not sure it's cheese. I'll give you that.
It is, and the fact that Jono also already missed the hook means that there's no reason for Jono and Instinct to actually go in either, right? You're not going to land the hook. There is no point. Well, now you do. And it just came up, and now that's going to be the double bomb. Evelyn going to try and push him out. Jono has no flash. Because of that, you get the first blood. Are you kidding me? A mistake in the base leads to first blood for the Rams.
So, I've been informed by production that apparently it was because Panthers ran it down mid early, looking for a kill, and there was the flash hook from Jono onto Onsty. So Rams did have timing on it. So that's actually beautiful. They used that knowledge, that information, knowing that Jono doesn't have the escape available to force that play. And hey, Leon v9, Zukima, we said before, Leon is capable of 1v9ing. This is a great start for him.
It really is, but you do have to be ready for the gamble that you took. You risked it to fight in the bot side, and because of that, you lose your blue buff. You have lost that buff over there to reset, and you're going to have to play catch-up 25-14. That is the pain you are going through. Not just that, Onsty in the mid lane during that fight in bot has now been shoved under the tower. This is complete safety coming out here. Onsty not only went for the TP, but also went for the unsealed spellbook, just trying to get as much summoner spell cooldown as possible. Oh my gosh, that's a flash forward though. And Fungus said, Onsty, you do not get to taunt me or emote on top of me.
Very aggressive option there. And keep in mind, as you just mentioned, there's TP for Onsty. Engage.
Well, you know, there is TP, and now the TP can be used as that kill goes away of Fungus Dungus.
Yeah, really well played as well from Reset and Fungus Dungus. That was why Fungus went for the Flash Ignite. If you get the kill, great. If you don't, it's bait for Reset to come in. And that speaks to the confidence of Fungus as well. Taking that turret shot, going really low, there's the risk that Evelyn bot just shows up in your lane. They did not have vision on where Evelyn was.
It's a scary thought here, but again, they took that risk and they went for it, and they're understanding, again, they are the lane bullies here. So the Panthers win out in that trade and are still keeping close after that first blood. Only about 200 gold, so things shaping up nicely for both junglers. They both have a single-hand piece in this game so far, and that does mean that the laners do have to be aware of that fact as well, especially with the Dragon up now.
Yeah, curious to see how they kind of go for Dragon. I think both these teams are... they find what happened in the early game acceptable. We've mentioned before, Florida Panthers, they like to play through their solo lanes, so having Instinct and Jono set behind a little bit is perfectly fine. You can see Instinct just picked up the call and just goes, okay, forget it, we're not going for the kill lane, we're going to go for the scaling instead. And Fungus picking up that kill, that's their game win con. For the Rams though, Leon is their win con. He's the consistent late game damage, and he didn't get the first blood. Zukima picked it up, but they got that early pressure in the bot lane. The big question now becomes, what happens to Sexy Pant and Onsty? Can they survive the pressure that Florida's putting down if Evelyn continues to focus his bot side?
So far, the answer is not really. When you got a Grandmaster just knocking on your door and then occasionally goes fishing in the river for like 2 extra gold, it's a hard day. It's a hard day. Wukong, not sure if he enjoys that fact. For right now, though, again, identification for Evelyn bot on the top side of the map has now left this bot side for Reset to try and get information. You see the wards as well. They've pretty much controlled it on the bot side for Panthers. We just now see a single ward drop by Tsukima. Like, oh yeah, we should probably have vision around here. Oh, Sexy Pant though. I was curious what happened, but Dipinator fully in control now. At least 80 to 90%.
Yeah, the wave, unfortunately, just outside turret range for Sexy Pant. So when he goes up to last hit, he is not on protection. Dipinator is more than happy to trade. That does mean Dipinator is pushed out pretty far. And with Cyclone available for Sexy Pant, if there's ever time to gank, it'd be now or right after Evelyn bot hit 6.
There's only so many options here, but we are going to see a clothesline of junglers as everyone comes in mid. Let's go. Glacial Tomb actually doing quite a bit of work. That's a jump in from Reset, but doesn't get the reset. Evelyn bot at level 5 is allowed to live, but they do lose out on the tower. A massive wave being pushed. It means Panthers live out. That's the Ignite going down. Oh no. You jump forward. That's going to be a flash, and you don't get to pick it up. Evelyn bot now getting pinned on. You do not even get a trade back. Risky fight in mid leads to a 2-0 for the Panthers.
And the start of that was actually pretty good for the Rams. The fact that they survived the initial engage is kind of a win in their book. The problem is what happened after, and you can see the confidence for Florida Panthers. They called Dipinator down, and Fungus's dive, again, it's like the first kill, or the second kill, pardon me, of the game, where if Fungus gets the kill, great. If he doesn't, he stalled them long enough for Dipinator to look to clean up on the back end. So win-win play from Florida Panthers, and Rams, they're left kind of holding the bag a little bit. Zukima roaming up means that Leon can't even really maximize on this bot side in terms of pressure.
Oh, that one definitely kind of sinks there. You're trying your hardest. You got that assist, I guess, is the unfortunate part. Zukima picked up the kill originally. But you have been able to maintain CS lead, and we did say this early stage for Farmingdale is not the answer. Even their own coach said so. They understood they're up against a brick wall. The fact that you're 1 in 3, you were able to get the kill, and you're holding steady in your ADC role, it's not the worst thing in the world. So at least the tower has not fallen too quickly. They're still fighting for these objectives, and forcing Panthers to still be at least a little bit considerate of what they want to do.
Yeah, and for the individual lanes for Farmingdale as well, they're actually pretty even in terms of CS for the most part. Even topside, Sexy Pant is behind a little bit, but one wave is not a huge deal. And in fact, Sexy Pant's actually up experience, which can be massive if they can just set up the plays. And now that Evelyn is 6 as well, now I think Farmingdale can start looking for counters.
Oh, and we're actually seeing a dance in their Dipinator. Having to flash out, that's kind of the punishment you get for running out of mana there. So Sexy Pant, rightfully so, trying to aggress. And that leaves it open towards this bot side with top lane a little bit under control. And knowing that Reset is roaming around there, it is going to be a Dragon start for Farmingdale, which should be a collect as well.
Yeah, because Florida had gone for the Herald instead, Reset picking that one up. They are not in position to steal away the Dragon. They could look to contest it though. Reset's finally come down. Fungus and Jono are pinching.
Oh, this is going to be good. You lose the Dragon, but you might grab 3. That's going to be an ulti out. Unstoppable Onslaught is going to save it out, but that's going to be the reconcile. The hijacked ulti brings it back, but look at the feathers. That's at least one double kill. Goes away of Fungus. Now the rocket jump in. Instinct says, give me that shot. A reset again. It's a team of resets. And that'll be 3. Murder in the mid lane leads Panthers to grab 3.
And now they're going to be able to push in on this bot lane turret. Herald's still in Reset's pocket. I don't think they can actually take the turret, but they can do a lot of damage if they want to stick around. Leon trying to push them out. And overall, in that fight, I do want to give props to Farmingdale as well for how they opted to play it. I think they miscalculated the damage and Dragon a little bit. They thought they could take it faster, but the moment they realized they couldn't, Evelyn's unstoppable onslaught to escape out almost got him out. And Leon, you see the glimmers of why I like this bot lane. The fact that Leon in that situation with not a lot of damage, unfortunately, for his team, a lot of it being used to escape. Do we get a replay? Oh my goodness, yes. I love this. Okay, so Evelyn bot right there, you can see, just zooming out, did not want to engage on this. And it was because Leon behind looked like for a second they could turn the fight that Evelyn kind of got baited back into it. But Leon was able to almost do that. And as we transition back to real time.
Nope, not real time.
No, real time.
Not
okay,
real
this
time.
Is the end of
no, still replay. It was that finisher, but now we actually do get the live replay, and it's straight up back to the bot lane. Welcome to Pain City. It is a draw in the Nautilus. Brings it forward, and you know what? With that chrono ship being used, it's a triple bomb, or double bomb into triple stun, but it's gonna be enough. You know what? You got the kill once again. Panthers are happy about it. Dipinator, though, might be on the receiving end of this game. Remember, no flash on the back end, trying to get to the wave. You're not going to have it done, but you might be able to turn it. Look at the massive damage. Again, maybe if I had a real weapon, that would have been a 1 for 3. But instead, it is just a 1 for 1 in the top side and a tower in the bot lane. So Panthers are rule on top and bot.
Yeah, Herald finally being dropped on that bot side. Like we said, last time it would do a lot of damage. This time, it actually just straight up takes first brick. Will get a second charge off as well. And Orbital, I appreciate what Farmingdale did. I think from a strategic point of view, they made the right call going for that top side and trying to shut down Dipinator. But this is why they're Goliath. Florida's Tech's solo laners are just absolutely disgusting. Even in a 1v3, Dipinator's able to answer even, and with TP, doesn't even really miss CS.
Nope. Perfectly fine. Honestly, you are excited about what's been going on here. This has been phenomenal play out of the Panthers after that little tiny bit of a rocky start. I would also like to apologize to every single Hecarim player out there. The ulti is not Unstoppable Onslaught. It is Onslaught of Shadows. We understand
sorry.
Yeah, we apologize from the bottom of our hearts here. We are
What is Unstoppable Onslaught? Is that an ultimate?
That's a Scion ulti, yes.
Ah,
it's,
okay.
There's 3 Unstoppables. It's three of those that kind of sound similar. It's Onslaught of Shadows, and then Unstoppable Force, which is Malphite, and then Unstoppable Onslaught is Scion.
Ah, the wrong pain train.
I know that is the technical term. I think that was the same vote as the Rat-a-tat-tat in Spray and Pray, right? They changed it. They called it the Rat-a-tat-tat, and everyone was like, no.
You know what?
I think that was one of the.
We probably should have clued in to the fact that it wasn't Unstoppable Onslaught when the Onslaught of Shadows was kind of stopped.
Right. The clue's in the name, or the lack thereof.
Yeah.
painful. But we see on the bot side what is unstoppable, or possibly stoppable here, is a chance. Zukima hiding on this bot side right out of range, trying to help Evelyn bot set up a gank, but the rest of the Panthers just say they don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, interesting as well, Zukima's positioning on that particular play, hiding behind the wall, and Fungus going in.
Yes, it is, and Onsty, again, this is a very defensive build. You do flash. Ooh. It might not have been necessary, but you know what? Better safe than sorry. Onsty is going to survive and reset. Stepping up once again. This mid lane tower has been battered over and over again, and Onsty just has not had the most enjoyable time.
Yeah, and the fact that Fungus is already willing and ready to dive under turret and actually probably would have found the kill if not for the fact that Zukima was in the area is troubling. Florida Tech, look at what they've got. Mythics, almost across the board. Only Jono without a Mythic, and you look at Farmingdale, there's just the one Kraken Slayer for Leon, don't get me wrong. Leon with the Kraken Slayer is scary, but that's a 1v4 in terms of Mythics.
This is around that time that we were hoping Farmingdale would start to be able to roam out. We talked about it, right? We want to see Zukima start to roam out, help Evelyn bot. We want to see Onsty be able to roam out as well, not deal with Fungus Dungus in that mid lane. Yet it has fallen to that. So now you can see Panthers understand that this is the time Farmingdale will group up. The Panthers are stronger. They want to hunt this horse. They want to hunt this red buff. And they're going to wait and see. Again, the age-old Fnatic play is not going to be played. Again, they walk over ward. Everything should spread out. And now Dragon should be Panthers taking.
I love that Panthers do that when they don't need to. Like, you're stronger, and they're still setting up death bushes for Rams. Props to Rams for opting not to go for that because they did get the first Drake of the game. They're not worried about giving this second one over. They can afford to sit back, and as we mentioned, they've got scaling on their side. So once they hit their power spikes, then they can start looking to contest. And I think that ult was for Infernal, and I do agree. Yes. If it was, yep, they're gonna get then Infernal could be massive. There is still chances for comeback for Rams.
Yes, there is, and you know what? That's what it was. Farmingdale's like, we knew it was coming. We knew Infernal was coming. We wanted 3, not 2. You know what? If anyone actually can predict which dragon's coming up, I would be extremely impressed. That would be crazy. But either way, it is going to be that highly sought after dragon. So expect fights come about in another 4 minutes. Meanwhile, Dipinator is going to stay in this top side. Currently has about a 25 CS lead. It's just calmly sitting up here. No Sexy Pant can't really do too much about it. So they're quite happy. They're just going to keep battering, just keep fighting while Fungus Dungus hunts down Onsty.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, there's just not much else behind it. It's a slow crawl. Absolutely no one on Farmingdale's side to help out. And it is going to be the kill. In the meantime, Panthers are doing a 2-for-1. There was a gank on the top side. Dipinator backed out, and that leaves the Herald completely unexposed.
Yeah, and exposed. With the ball. It's gone. So it's no longer exposed. It's picked up, I guess. It is hidden in Reset's pocket. And now it's about to be exposed as they drop it into the top side. TP being called in from Sexy Pat here.
Oh man, this is just a stall. They're gonna try and break it down, but the tower is taken quite low. That's gonna be the Cyclone to bait it all out. And Reset's actually a little bit low. That is gonna be the kill. Shutdown goes away as Sexy Pan, and it looks like they might have over-aggressed. The Panthers were looking more to push that Herald, and they will pay dearly. They didn't even get tower. Down goes Dipinator. They save the tower. They get 3 kills, and now they're gonna lose Leon. Farmingdale take topside. Might lose mid, but now another TP coming in as well. Onsty is gonna use that unleash teleport and help out their mid laner. You know what? Huge swing back for Farmingdale.
Yeah, and even the mid play is massive because I thought Fungus was gonna dive Leon. Flash is up for Fungus, and Flash was already used by Leon, but because Onsty managed to distract them, not only does Leon survive, Onsty survives, and Farmingdale State Rams pick up their first turret of the game to close that gold gap somewhat. So in the top side, Orbital, I know you're thinking, okay, they're just going to stop the engage, stop the push. But what's important to note is the fact that Sexy Pat has Divine Sunderer, and we've already seen how much damage she can put out in these fights. Florida Panthers, they weren't ready for the engage, and it's a bunch of squishies. Yes, you've got an Nautilus, but we've said this before. Support Nautilus isn't tanky enough to soak up that damage, and then you saw how quickly Divine Sunder Wukong just ripped Jax to the Viego.
On top of that, Evelyn now with the Eclipse. If that combination happens again, we will see a couple more members fall very, very quickly. It will not be as nice and easy as they want it to be seen. Fungus Dungus, though, remember, this champion was not on the top side before, and it's now reset, and Fungus Dungus chasing down Sexy Panther. The rest of the team is on a safety mission, so Farmingdale is trying to help out. Cyclone fought back, but the follow of the clone, Fungus Dungus read that like a book, and Panthers collect and dominate over Sexy Panther.
Can't just say, though, Fungus Dungus is probably the tankiest member of Florida Panthers right now, and even then, Sexy Panther came really close to taking him down.
Oh, that was that is also fair. On the top side as well, we're seeing Onsty also just get forced out. This is now the third or fourth time that Onsty has just been bullied. I don't know any other way to say it, but they are hunting for this poor Lissandra and just making their life hell.
Considering how unsafe the lanes are for Onsty right now, all outer turrets down for Farmingdale. Props to Onsty for still being able to find CS. And likewise,
too real. Too real right there.
Yeah, hey, that's all you need to do, right? Pick up CS and keep scaling. Leon is coming online. Eventually, we'll get there. And for Florida Panthers, they're still in a really comfortable position. Fungus Dungus, 10 stacks on Dark Steel. I'm just waiting for the Magi's buy at this point.
I am as well, because we have now the Dragon in about 30 seconds. You see the wards start to get cleared out. We have a very, very deep ward on Panthers' side, or on the side of Farmingdale from the Panthers, and now it's a clearing of the pink ward. So you can see Panthers, they are fine to take this out. They are up a significant amount of gold. They have the pressure. They have the level, the rank 2 ultis. They want to bring this fight out. They've also found Onsty once again, and Zippinator is ruling on that side. There is no TP on Onsty, so Panthers should have this one on lock.
Yeah, I doubt, barring maybe Evelyn being willing to use the onslaught of shadows over the wall, yeah, there's not much of a chance for a steal whatsoever. And again, it's only second Drake for Florida Panthers. It feels like it should be a lot more Dippinator. Did he have vision on Onsty walking by? I don't think so.
I don't think so. It was just around that alcove, right?
Yeah, I don't see any ward there. They can still collapse in, though. They know where the majority of Farmingdale State Rams are, and it's really far from the turret. Outer turret's gone, so if Dippinator wants to look for a flank here, that works. Or Fungus. Fungus could do the same from the bot side.
It's true. You have a lot of options open to you, and right now it's just the angles, right? You can see the Panthers, they're hunting in a group. Farmingdale grouping up the Rams in their herd, and the Panthers are just stalking them. It's the open field versus the jungle here, and I love it. I didn't realize that until now. I'm so sad I didn't have any puns lined up. Still, though, Farmingdale, they tried. You could see them. They lost the Dragon, and they were praying to get some sort of consolation prize. They weren't even able to get mid. So, dejectedly, they go back to farming and waiting for the next global objective.
Yeah, it's funny that you're talking about the Panthers hunting as a pack, because I'm pretty sure they're not pack animals.
No, they're not. They're not. This is the Panthers going, all right, maybe we could share just this once.
And I guess maybe that's why the hunt didn't go well. Got spotted
Fair.
out by Sexy Pant on the side, stopping the flank coming through from Panthers. And now, Orbito, whilst the Rams didn't find anything on that play, I do think it's a good sign that they're willing to try and make these sort of plays. They are still looking to be proactive and looking for ways into the game. They don't lose out anything either. They were waiting for the side lanes to push back in so that they can safely go to those side lanes to try and pick up that farm. For the Panthers, weren't able to make any plays either. So net neutral favors the team that's behind. It's giving them more time to try and catch them.
But where do they want to allocate their gold, right? We're seeing so much kind of put into Sexy Pant as well as Onsty. But at this point, it does feel like Leon might be one of the better options to give. You want to have that ADC up. Is it proper to try and get what I would consider right now the battered Link of Onsty back into the game that much? Because this might just happen as well. We are seeing Onsty get jumped on once again. I mean, this is going to happen no matter what if you send Onsty into a solo lane.
Yeah, these extended, and the top lane's even worse because top lane's the one turret Farmingdale State Rams actually took, so that's a hyper extended long lane. And unfortunately, Jono and Reset just read Onsty like a book. And because of the pick, it's Baron time. We're at 22.5 minutes for the Panthers. Immediately go for that. Farmingdale State Rams, are they going to look to contest? Can they even try and contest?
Nope. The answer is a resounding no. Smite goes down 22:42 on the clock. And yes, you might be able to get this, but that's the onslaught of shadows forcing them out. And one more auto attack takes them, but Zukima will pay with their life. A high price to pay since you lost Baron, you lost your mid, and now you lost your support. It now opens up a huge can of worms for Panthers to take just about anything they so wish.
Bro, we have very different standards for shopping. You call that a high price, I call that a discount for Farmingdale State Rams there. Only person you lose is your support, and props to Tsukima. Hero play going back in for that auto. Because you have the support, yes, you lose the Chrono Shift, but no matter what, it's better than losing the Hecarim, the jungler, who can still look for engages. It's better than losing Leon, who right now is the biggest team fight threat. The problem is, for the Panthers with Baron buff, they're pushing in, and they just took both those inner turrets on the bot and mid lane. If they want to go siege top, Farmingdale State Rams, it's a really hard ask for them to try and win a fight at this point, even under turret.
It's way too difficult, but they need to make a try here. Again, we have not seen a full 5v5 team fight come out of Farmingdale just yet. And I mean, their comp, it does yield for a tiny wombo combo, but they got to find that pick first. Fungus Sung is currently running in the Vanguard, and there's Dipinator jumping their way to safety. It is on full-on panic mode right now. You saw that a single Q eats a huge chunk. I think that was a fourth of their HP out of Leon V9.
Yeah. That's really rough for Leon. You can see Leon just having to back, go, heal up. There's still a minute and a half of this Baron power push. They're just getting started for Florida Panthers, and mid turret goes down. Once the inhibitor goes out and Super start pushing in as well, Farmingdale State Rams, they have to look for the engage.
Oh, and they are going to try and fight it, but look at Fungus Sungus in the back line, going to straight up try and solo them. You get another heal off, and there goes the death charge. Are they going to keep him alive? No, that is the shutdown, but look at the cost. Look at the price. It is mid for mid, and at that point, they lose their inhibitor as well. Farmingdale, at least, they stave off the ace, but it's pieces falling apart in their hands.
Yeah, the fact that Florida Panthers were so confident enough to stick around after they lost Fungus Sungus, the most fed member on their team, to take that inhibitor, that just kind of shows you the advantage Florida Panthers have. If they were even, Farmingdale, they take that win and they run with it. As it stands, they kind of limp away, and your turret survives, great, but Florida Panthers still on the front foot, still taking these dragons, stacking them up, and Evelyn, maybe looking to contest this, doesn't have Onslaught of Shadows, has to walk into the pit.
This is Evelyn Bot, I think, trying for the first time, and it's surprising right now. Panthers just want to draw it a little bit further out of the pit. Evelyn Bot getting ready. Do you get the smite? No, you do not, and now you will pay with your life. That will be a quick death of the Hecarim, as they're sent right back to the shadows.
Okay, the reset's coming through with the very last of the Baron buff, and from here, Florida, they're looking to push in without Baron buff, and frankly, they don't need it. They are strong enough to look for this, and because of that, I appreciate what Evelyn Bot was trying to do. It was do or die. If you get the dragon, great. You might maybe slow the game down, and by the time you respawn, it's fine. Florida Panthers can't push into your base in that time. You still have that one last big 5v5 you're looking for. If Farmingdale lose a 5v5 at this point, though, it is game over.
That is just a very harsh statement said in a very factual way, right? It's just, I mean, that's it. That's your only options here. And for Farmingdale, they know it as well. Yes, they may be a few seconds and quite a few microphones away from us, but they feel that as well. And you can see here, they are looking. They just want a chance. They want to get that stun. Now they want to get the skill. No, Sexy Man does get the Chrono Shift on, and it's not even needed. It was very, very close either way. But it is the pick. Again, any sort of kill right now is a kill worth fighting for.
Yeah, and look what they burnt in that team fight as well. Sure, Cyclone's down, which is a massive team fight tool, but you still have the Onslaught of Shadows and the Frozen Tomb to try and lock down Fungus Dungus. And more importantly, Leon still has Flash Ghost and Featherstorm, all the defensive tools he needs to try and make this play.
You have all the defensive. What about the offensive? In a 4v5 scenario, it is Panthers playing this one nice and slow. They have a minute and a half before Baron comes up, so they can siege just one last tower. At least second there. And Ansi, realizing that a golden opportunity may have been gifted to them, as the onslaught has to be used to get out, but that's going to be a bullet. Are you kidding me? I didn't see that crit come in, but it is a crit. Instinct going on Instinct here and fighting the way to victory. Look at the shots. It is a trade of 1-for-1, but a mid for a support is not one they're going to enjoy. Sexy Man has to get away from the rest of the team, but it is Panthers to open up a chance to take this tower.
Yeah, and it's not just who survived, it's how much they survived with. Jono goes down, but everybody else on the Panther side is super healthy. Whereas you look over to Farmingdale State Rams, and sure, they found a kill, trade 1-for-1. Not exactly work when it's mid for support, but they were also all low and had to walk away Cyclone.
I mean, Sexy Pan is the chase,
Wow.
and it's just destruction, deleting the instinct. Again, who has only 2 kills? That was their first death of the game, but you remember they are quite squishy. Same as Evelyn, though, getting taken quite low with the chrono shifts on top of him. Fungus has to back away. It's going to be a few seconds, and that's going to be another kill reset. They're able to find it, and look at that. Farmingdale Rams just ramming their heads against the wall, and finally, it starts to show some cracks. Yes, you have lost most of your base, or some of your base, I'll say. You have lost an inhibitor, and maybe lose the Nexus Tower if no one goes back in time. But you got 2 very important kills. You got the jungler, and you got the ADC. That is much needed gold back in your pocket.
And more importantly, Orbital, I think we just saw the blueprint of how Farmingdale are looking to try and come back to the game. Fungus?
Oh man, Fungus stole away the chrono shift, but it will only delay the inevitable. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of HP back though. And take a look, Dipinator is here, so is Jono. And it looks like it's rightfully sniffed out by Farmingdale. So very, very well done. You draw the hijack, which will be up in a very, very short time. But still, you have raw fighting power.
I think Onslaught of Shadows might actually have been used in that fight as well. It's just off cooldown, or yeah, it's just on cooldown, pardon me. It is still fairly low, so it should be up in time for Dragon, but Baron is on the table, and Cyclone has come back up. So Farmingdale Rams have been using Cyclone and Onslaught of Shadows as pig tools. I like it. It's put Panthers on the back foot, and it's been closing the gap. We went from what was a Panthers-dominated game to now 11-15 with, like we said, the blueprint for Farmingdale's return kind of laid out. They've got enough burst damage to be able to take one target out, and once one person goes out, Leon gets enough space. You have to burn summoners maybe, you have to burn ultimates maybe to keep yourself safe, but Leon's doing damage when he's untouched.
And it's scary to think this might be one of those reasons to also ban out the Jinx. Imagine if this was a Jinx for the side of Farmingdale. Maybe some other champions in there. Granted, this might not be the most amazing Jinx comp, but it is very fun to see that Farmingdale have come together as a cohesive team. They're playing this composition very, very well from behind. I love this. So now, at 30 seconds till Dragon, they've actually given themselves an opportunity to step further out of their base. Granted, in 15 seconds, you do have to keep eyes. That Jax is pushing, so it is now do or die for this soul.
Yeah, and right now, Panthers are just trying to distract Farmingdale Rams as much as possible. Onsi has gone back into base with the heal available, the combat summoners, but we've seen Dipinator and Onsi face off before. Onsi doesn't have the damage.
There's nothing. You're also down to level. Dipinator will clothesline you if you try and step up, so that's the inhibitor gone. They were looking to recall out, but Jono is quickly going to get stunned up, but they went on the tankiest member, and now there's a jet charge through 3. Leon finally joining the fight. Feathers go out. They find another knockup, and that's going to be the fear. Instinct has to run away, and you get the buster shot off, but that's a blast forward. Sexy Pan trying to get on the ADC, but they were not able to make it. They used everything to try and save, and oh no, that is the chrono shift on the wrong member. Leon is still barely alive, but now comes the charge, now comes the souls, now comes the reset. Panthers take 3 back, and that is going to be devastation for Farmingdale around Dragon.
We said it last time as well, but look at the health bars of the survivors. If Leon had been alive, that could have been a turned fight coming through from Farmingdale State Rams, but all that was happening. Dipinator was just whacking away in the base. Both inhibitors down mid. Respawn went down, and now Florida, they're just pushing in to the bot lane. 15 seconds before Sexy Pants up. That could be all 3 inhibs if Florida wants to hard commit for this.
I think they're going to be quite happy to do so. Another TP comes in, and that will be Dipinator finally, for once, joining the team, stopping the split push style. I mean, there is nothing else to split push, right? You look down the line, Dipinator did all the work. That was mid inhib, that was top inhib, and now bot inhib. Baron is up, might as well seal the deal. This is Farmingdale realizing that Evelyn's got to make a play.
Yeah, and Florida, they're... Basically, it's dot your I's, cross your T's at this point, right? You've got all 3 inhibs down. Baron's up. You take that, and Farmingdale State Rams can't effectively contest it for any meaningful amount of time because double supers are pushing into the base. They're trying, though. Farmingdale State Rams are actually leaving their base, but they're on a timer. They can't stay out for very long. They've got a curfew.
Curfew hitting, you know, about that 8 o'clock or so. You know, just listen. We can't do this today. You guys got to go home. Your parents are going to be worried about you. Your mom's been calling us the entire time from your house. I mean, we just got to take care of this. So, Baron currently being taken right now. It is burning so quickly, and Instinct will make sure that doubly so. It is... Baron at this point is just a worm. I feel so bad. It is so quickly taken, though, with with this soul, with the Baron, with almost every buff that you could like. it is going to be the last push from the Panthers, and Farmingdale will try their best to hang on.
You know what, bro? If Farmingdale State Rams can win a team fight from this position, they can win the game, I believe.
Yeah, 100% agree. Oh my gosh, they're gonna try though. I will say they are gonna try. We know Farmingdale. We know they will not go down without a fight. That was a massive Q, by the way. Onsi just like, God, I actually ate that one. Now they go ahead and jump in. That's Glacial Tomb, keeping them all alive for the time being. But look at the free firing from the backline. Instinct says not today. The onslaught of shadows only drags 1 and 2, but the base has now fallen. The Buster shot cries out and says good night. As game number 1 will go the way of the Panthers as they chomp their way on the Nexus.
Well, overall, I don't think any of us can say that we are surprised at the outcome of game 1. But what I can say is I'm very pleasantly surprised at the journey to get here. Because I think Farmingdale State Rams have shown, we kind of said it before, they've improved massively through the season. And we're seeing the culmination of it here in the playoffs. Yes, they lost, but they did not actually make it easy for Florida Tech Panthers. Even when Fungus crushed the lane, was I think what 9-0 and 1 at some point during the game, was struggling to close out, and you could see Sexy Pant and Leon specifically, those two. Well, and Evelyn bot. I want to praise these three because Sexy Pant and Evelyn were finding engage angles, still finding picks, which were holding them the game. And Leon V9 in that last fight, I wanted so much to believe overall that he could turn it. He got so close. He found the only kill that fight.
It was wait, really? I thought didn't Evelyn bot also get a couple kills? Like, come on, are we sure? Yeah, Evelyn bot got kills at the end. Evelyn killed. Come on, Evelyn got some kills, but the issue still stands. Yes, they were not able to fend it off, and now looking to game number 2, Panthers are going to try and close things out very, very neatly, and if not, Farmingdale are going to try and push for game number 3. Don't go anywhere. The NECC will continue here tonight with their League of Legends coverage of the playoffs coming to you soon. And welcome back. We are ready to go for game number 2. And game number 1, you know what? The Rams tried their hardest, but the Panthers got their food, and it was one that we expected, even though it was a little bit slower and Farmingdale, put up a fight. Panthers were able to close out the game in about 32 minutes, so, it's a good time by them, and maybe we get to see even more strength come out of the Panthers moving into the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, and for the Panthers, because they won, there's no need for them to change anything overall. Just continue drafting strong top and mid laners, solo laners. Props to Instinct as well. I think Instinct only died one time that game, on the Tristana. It wasn't the flashiest laning phase because of the early gank, because of the flash expended from Jono at the level 1 mid fight. But Instinct did their job, and that's all they need to do with this particular team. Farmingdale State Rams, though, there's a lot to talk about what they need to do to come back into it, because honestly, I think they performed better than a lot of expectations coming in as 8th seed. They are laning, especially. I think Sexy Pant, Leon, Onsti, Zukima, all of them did pretty well and stayed even in CS. But it came at the expense of Evelyn. Evelyn was losing farm, losing CS, losing experience to stabilize the lanes. And more importantly, they didn't shut down Fungus. They didn't really shut down Dipinator either. So the solo lanes of Florida Tech continue to scale up, and I think you need to, more than just being reactive and scaling up, you need to actively try and shut down the solo laners so you have a better chance come the mid game.
Yeah, and one of those that we do, I want to highlight once again is Onsti, right? Onsti in the mid lane, drafted a little bit safe, even in the face of that Silas. I want to see a little bit more punch, and I understand. Onsti has a very difficult challenge. Do not get me wrong. I am not saying this is easy by any stretch of the imagination, but that game number 1 showed us you cannot play safe and expect to get out of laning phase unscathed. You will get punished for it. You need to have a little bit more firepower or pray your jungler sits on the lane, which we've also identified it just can't happen. Evelyn has to help out these other lanes. So maybe we get to see Onsti have a little bit more freedom, go crazy, have a little bit of fun, play that one solo queue champ that you've been practicing. I don't know.
I'm trying to think, what solo queue champ is this, Orbital? Do you have inside information? Because I think Onsi is still playing 80 carries in solo queue mostly.
Do Tristana. Take the Tristana away. Have a blast that way. I don't know.
A literal blast with the explosive shot. Now we are in to pick and ban. Florida actually going to swap sides here. So Florida Tech on the blue side, Farmingdale on the red. And considering how the draft goes, I don't think blue side is that useful or that important. I don't think the teams are prioritizing the same champions whatsoever. So I like it that Farmingdale have gone red side and are looking for counter picks. So they're looking to try and win out a lane. Now the question is it going to be Onsti trying to hold down the mid, or do they give it over to Sexy Pant, who, by the way, did really well in the 1v1. His Wukong did find those turnarounds, those solo kills onto Dipinator.
I mean, honestly, yeah, that one fight that we saw at the top side, that one moment where we saw the Rift Herald drop, we did not expect it to turn around like it did, and they came out with 3 kills. It was ridiculous. But into the draft here, we are seeing some shakeups. In game number 1, keep in mind, Florida Tech banned away. It was the Evelyn, the Jinx, and the Morgana. This time around, lending a lot of respect over to that Zillion, which really did put a lot of pressure on their plans.
And that, to me, suggests that we might see the Viego still come through. Maybe, heck, pick up the Jinx for yourself if you want resets, but... Okay. Yeah. So, Dipinator really likes the Wind Brothers. Most played champion has been Yasuo this split. Second most played champion was Yone and Fiora, both at 3 games apiece. So, definitely feeling himself a little bit, looking for this setup. And one thing that Florida Tech has been really good about is wombo combos. When they get wombo combos, it's disgusting. With the Yasuo pickup. My. There we go. I was going to say, there must be knockups. Where's it coming from? It's not the jungle. Cho'Gath being picked up. Usually they'll get either Nautilus or Braum to help out from the bot lane as well.
Oh my gosh, and Farmingdale are going in somewhat of a different direction, but still in the team fight respective. The Alawi came out, and mind you, this was an R5 Alawi. The Vigar in the mid lane, yes, it is Vigar. I will stand by that by all my means. And then the Lilia just got buffed this patch. I love every single bit about this. Farmingdale are saying, listen, we've identified we're playing team fight. Screw the laning phase. Bring it to mid, set it down, run at each other, 5v5.
Okay, so Lilia getting buffed. She clears a little bit faster. I think they affected her, the additional damage she does and some of the healing as well. It's a little bit safer in terms of that. But even before the buff Orbital, she was already a team fight monster. Her skilling, she's one of the few melee champions who still does really well with the Demonic Embrace. So Leandri's Demonic Embrace, we're discussing. I've seen Rod of Ages builds on her as well to make her even tankier and more obnoxious to deal with. Really strong skilling for Farmingdale. And the Vigar. Well, Orbit, I know you love Vigar because he's your favorite champion, but also, if honestly, I'd say they've mostly been playing AD carries, the one sort of mage he has been playing in solo queue has been the Vigar. And I don't know if he's playing it mid or bot, but either way, this is a mage champion he's familiar with that should do well, especially trying to deal with all these close range champions. Kaisa wanting to run in, Cho'Gath, Yasuo, all melee. The Event Horizon is going to be massive for controlling zones.
Not just that, I mean, you see the rest of the champions being locked in. These are some brutish bottom laners that have now been added into the mix. Braum coming in for Jono, just saying, let's get some health. But Zukima said, let's do it. Let's have a blast. They have brought in the Blitzcrank. Mind you, that was an R3 position when they saw the Braum, they saw the Kaisa, and they saw the Viego. This Blitzcrank is pulling. Only a single player would be a safe pull. The rest of them, you're going to have a problem.
Pretty much. And Zukima is a bit of a hook champion player. Likes to play Thresh. Pike, Blitzcrank not up there in terms of numbers. But if anything, I actually like the Blitzcrank. I think he's one of the safest hook champions to play. Because if you miss, there's no consequence. Right? And if you hit, you pull them all the way into your team. So you're creating a massive numbers advantage. Problem is, Orbital, how does the Blitzcrank fit with this team composition from Farmingdale? Like, I get that you can pull somebody into Alawi and then set up massive team fights. I get you can pull them through the Event Horizon, guarantee the stun that way. But it's still kind of risky. Like you mentioned, there's only one person you really want to hook. You hook a Cho'Gath, you hook a Braum. That's a free engage. And you look at the range that the Yasuo can engage from, the range that the Kaisa can engage from. And frankly, I'm looking at this Blitzcrank thinking that's just going to be the start gun. The moment that goes off, the fight's just going to happen one way or the other. Like, further Tech Panthers are more than happy to just go engage with that hook.
And I think my eyes are drawn towards that top side. And mind you, for anyone that is tuning in that knows me personally, I also had a very fun run. Alawi is also another champion that I really, really do enjoy. I think it's a disgusting bruiser, and we were just talking about how Sexy Pan is one of the players that had a lot of power in game number 1. Well, if Alawi gets rolling, it's another power play. Also, I am a little bit biased. When I was making my run to Plat, I am Plat 4 or something like that. I duoed with my brother-in-law, and all he plays is Alawi. We played Vigar Alawi the entire time. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, so funny, but it works. It creates such a volatile teamfight mix that the opponent, if they're not ready for it, will have a slightly difficult time to into.
Yeah, and especially when we talk that Florida Tech Panthers, they want to play into Farmingdale State Rams. They're not kiting back. They're just all engaging, and Alawi excels in those situations where she's being engaged upon. Another thing to note as well, Sexy Pants' most played champion is Alawi. So
yeah,
there's that in terms of comfort. Well, and Dipinator does play a lot of Yasuo. So this top lane is going to be highly volatile. We didn't get to see a ton of jungle attention to the top lane last game. Evelyn bot was spending a lot of time in the bot lane, nursing Leon V9 and Zukima, rightfully so, with the Xayah being the main part of the composition last game. But this game, I'd actually love to see ganks, especially early ganks, into the top lane in what is looking already like a very volatile matchup. If Yasuo gets ahead, not only is he going to start winning lane, but he can start carrying team fights as well. But if Alawi gets ahead, then you can kind of just Sexy Pat on the side lane, heck, maybe even pick up the Hullbreaker as well, and just sit in that top lane and just apply pressure. So all your other lanes, not quite as volatile. Go top early.
The one of the few times, hey, join the island, have a party, have a blast, I don't know.
Yeah.
And the fact that Reset's going to be thinking the same thing, just in a little bit different standing, you want to get the Yasuo ahead. The Yasuo is going to bring a lot of damage in there. I'm not sure of the exact build. I think it is still Immortal Shield Bow. I think you're still going to run that no matter what. And you're going to be a bully, right? You're going to be able to chase down people. You're going to be a bully. You're going to be annoying, especially since that is a champion that is well known to be, you know, that is Dipinator. Let's just leave it at that. So eyes are up there. There are so many reasons to be topside. I wouldn't be, you know, opposed to seeing Zukima or even Jono roaming out early and just saying, screw it, let's have a party. Let's have a ball here. Do we see the Blitzcrank and Braum roaming up?
I don't know if Jono likes to leave Instinct. We did see some roaming from Jono into the mid lane last game with the Nautilus, and you can still do the same with Braum. But I think for Jono, to a certain extent, it matters less if he roams. But Zukima, I think, does need to roam with this Blitzcrank. I called for it a little bit in game 1, and I said, Coach Shane for Farmingdale State Rams had said that they do want to get out of laning as fast as they can, and that means support rotating, ganking with the jungler. I agree with that. I would like to see Zukima do that with the Blitzcrank, and I feel like Blitzcrank is such a strong ganker as well. Those hooks have a lot of range. The hitbox isn't massive, but you can scare off a lot of people. And when I'm looking at a Cho'Gath in the mid lane, Cho'Gath isn't exactly mobile. Like you can't really dodge away. Like, you're walking, and you pray that you walk the right direction, then you get hit by the hook. So would love to see Zukima get a lot more roaming action. And Leon V9 on the Xayah as well is a counter to Kai'Sa. You don't even have to worry about getting dove because of the Featherstorm. You can dodge away from the Killer Instinct and even root her under turret if she tries to go in. So best time for Zukima to actually leave lane and let Leon 1v9, 1v2.
Well, right now we might have a 1v5. If this is going to land, they go on the far side, and Jono is kind of lost, so that should be the pull. Jono is going to dodge back and forth, but you don't get anything, and because you sat on the shorter side of that bush, you cannot get away. First blood goes the way of Evelyn Bot.
And it goes onto the Lilia we're talking about. A massive scaling threat and one that can roam around, help the lanes. You love to see it. The only other person I'd rather have seen it on is maybe Leon V9, but this I'm perfectly okay with. Jono, though, last game, he gave up first blood as well. This time, at least he has flash, so I don't think we're going to see the repeat gank immediately to kill him. And you know what? It shouldn't influence the bot lane too much. Instinct, going with the tier, it's going to be a passive lane anyways. It's okay. Just sit back on the turret and farm.
I love the fact that we have to identify that. Oh man, yeah, it's Jonah dying again, but this time he has that summoner spell. He wasn't getting punished. This time he just died. Like that was it. So well done once again though. But I do like this fact because last time also the kill went to Zukima. That was another thing that I was talking about. It was a little bit worrisome. The fact that it did go to a Lilia, it did go to that jungle route of being able to have a little nicer, clear experience. Yes, it wasn't used yet. The 300, I think 500 gold is still sitting on Evelyn Bot. It's just nice to have on someone that will be influencing the entire map. Ooh. Now, this is a level 1, level 2 situation that occurred, and the Bops, the concussive blows, are trying to be tagged ever further. But honestly, Instinct came out way worse for wear.
Yeah, the moment you get hit by a hook, you're just praying you don't die immediately. Jono did a great job with the Unbreakable to stop the feathers coming through from Leon VI. Mid lane, Onsi has to flash to survive and reset a little bit faster on that clear, a little bit faster on the gank.
And honestly, that's par for the course for what Panthers did in game number 1. Remember, there were about 4 or 5 ganks that were thrown down against Onsti in game 1 on the Lysandra. It was constantly, hey, get Fungus Dungus ahead. And I mean, RMC, have you played against a Cho'Gath mid lately? Have you actually played against that?
Played against it? No. Played it, yes.
Oh, so you know the pain that comes about with someone as squishy as a Vigar, right? Like, you know the fun.
Yeah, the setup is really, really easy. As long as your jungler's ganking for you, getting you the setup, it's actually really, really easy. Fun fact with the Cho'Gath Q as well, it's pretty fast, so it's quite hard to dodge.
And not just that, when you get slowed down as well, there isn't much that you can do, and they make it look easy. Flashed. Double flash in, and the kill goes Fungus Dungus's way. They nom on some poor Yordles, and it's a kill back to the Panthers. Bot now looking towards the top side, Dipinator. Good dodge out on the Seedling, no slows, no burn, and that'll be the flash out. So, win on the board for the Panthers in mid.
One thing we didn't touch on earlier, Orbital, is the fact that Dipinator is running Ignite in this lane. So looking for kills, looking for lane pressure rather than that global pressure, or the ability to safely reset. So this gank by Evelyn burning the flash could be massive. If they can get damage onto Dipinator and just get him low and force it back, that's a win for Sexy Pant already. It's a small one, but those small leads do accrue over time.
It's the small incrementals. I mean, we saw it last time in game number 1. This game around might be a little different. Maybe we do get a little bit of a fun dragon, but for right now, it is a boring dragon. It is Mountain Dragon to start us off in about 30 seconds. Last time around, it was very quickly picked up, I believe, by the Farmingdale Rams. They tried to take it as quickly as possible. They also lost 3 at the same time. This time around, I think they're going to be okay. I think they have a good feeling that they're going to be happy. As long as Honesty doesn't die once again. This is a... Honesty should feel like this is a bait, but they're going to try and bait on their own. Fungus doesn't have any flash. I didn't even see this. I feel like such a dummy. Well played. It's a 3-man gank in the mid lane.
We asked and they delivered. Zakima roaming up to be able to facilitate that gank at the mid lane, and you can tell Fungus, there's just no way out. Event Horizon comes up, and that's the problem with Cho'Gath, right? He's not mobile. So even if you can dodge the actual stun portion of the Event Horizon, you're still stuck in the baby cage, and that's just like shooting fish in a barrel for Blitzcrank, for skill shots like that. Meanwhile, we got to see Leon V9 as well on the bot side. Pressured under turret, but the turret barely took any chip damage, and Leon was just CSing pretty well.
Well, Leon was CSing well. Zukima was not. They tried to go for a ward and get paid for it dearly. Because of that, they are now run off of power on this dragon. They're trying to make a play down, help Leon maybe rotate for that Drake and be able to secure it. But for right now, it is just keep our ADC safe.
I love the fact that Zakima flashes and throws the hook backwards as well, the fadeaway hook. Because if you land it, you're forcing a flash or a kill right away. Love that confidence. And also, because it's a Blitzcrank, because Panthers weren't sure whether Zakima was sticking around, they couldn't go for Dragon, or else you might get hooked and punished. And if you get isolated, especially if it's Reset who gets hooked, the Dragon ends up becoming a coin toss.
Coin tosses do not benefit anyone, by the way. Please do not coin toss dragons on the daily. That
we do not endorse gambling on the NECC channel.
we really do not. Like, please don't. Please don't. We are now seeing a chance setup here, though, as Panthers are starting to be aware that some roams are coming out. This is Farmingdale trying to accelerate the pace. We said that they wanted to get out of lane as quickly as possible and still affect the map. You saw it. We don't often see Honesty have a chance to roam out, but is cheating towards that bot side. And Reset. Reset is ready. That's now everyone showing up here. And Zukima baiting into the bush. Honesty is there. Gets a great stun, and now everyone walks into it. But the comment doesn't really hit too much. It's just enough to deter any craziness around these laners. Top side, though, this is the other side. Sexy Pan does have flash, but can you flash away from this? Yes, you do. Just out of the silence. So lucky. Evelyn bot. Can you get a little bit of revenge? Shouldn't be able to. That's just a walk away.
Fungus isn't 6 yet, bro. That's roam timing is a little bit brutal. Evelyn is 6. Sexy Pant is 6. They can look for a fight. And because of that, Fungus rightfully backing away, missing out more CS. And now there's an opportunity, if they want, for Evelyn to try and continue zoning out Reset, buy more time for Honesty. And if they catch Fungus, there's enough burst between a Lilia and a Vigar to kill him.
That's just a brutal realization. You know, this is a chance and all that hook. That hook is so good. Instinct does not get caught in the feather recall, though. So, a little bit of a difficult one. Fungus is doing the event dance. That's what we're going to call that from now on. The event horizon dance is just jiggle, 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 and pray you jiggled enough to not die. That's what it is. You just jiggle inside of the event horizon and just pray the Vigar can't hit a skill shot. Oh, man.
Might be over.
Yes, and that's going to be a flash, but a great bait out. And the event horizon doesn't catch it, so Reset is allowed to live. Oh, that was so close. And now a flash out of Instinct. Now a hook of the wall. Shoots high, and Instinct goes low. So it was a chance, but a good read. They get the flash. Next hook that lands means Instinct's death.
Man, I'm still caught up on Reset, flashing the wall, hitting that perfectly, and using the fog as well to ensure that Farmingdale State Rams weren't able to find a pick of their own. They had everything they needed, and it was so close. You can tell how squishy it is. And Panthers, I don't know if they're going to actually have a true tank either, because Fungus, AP, or mid lane Malphite, usually goes AP Malphite, which means squishy, but super high damage. And with the Yam Tome, yeah, I think we're still going to see more AP than health here. And that does mean that if Evelyn can land asleep on any lane, pretty much, you've got enough damage to secure kills. Dipinator?
That is very fair. I think it's Everfrost. Everfrost, I believe, is the correct build path for those checkouts. You just basically run, you stun them, you knock them up, and everything of the sort. So, we'll keep eyes on that just to see if they do dip even further into AP. I think that's a big question. You can run Everfrost and still go tank and still feel pretty good about that one. It's, do you follow it up with more pain on the back side? So keep an eyes on that one. We'll check back in maybe another 5 to 10 minutes as Fungus Dungus is praying to get a nom on a champion at some point. Would really like to stack that feast as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Fungus Dungus here, we mentioned earlier, Cho'Gath Roi enjoys having set up CC from his jungler, so it becomes very easy to land the CC chain coming after. Yes, you can land the Rupture, but usually once tier 2 boots are picked up, it gets significantly more difficult to actually land the knock-up on your own, and Reset doesn't have that reliable CC, unfortunately, to set Fungus Dungus up. Both of them are actually looking for someone else to get somebody low for their executes, or their resets, in Reset's case. Herald picked up by Farmingdale State Rams, and they're now cycling into the mid lane.
And the fact that it's actually now Panthers that are in that awkward scenario, they now went for the Dragon on their own because of that Herald being taken. It's like the situations have reversed, and we're seeing it here as well. That's going to be a lockdown. The hook does miss, and they use the Lilting Lullaby only on one because the Dragon was taken as well. It means they cannot aggress any further. Everything burned, and Fungus is allowed to live in the mid lane, and I say that with a lot of respect.
Yeah, that was a you've activated my trap card, no mine sort of situation. And the
No. That was oh well, this is the true trap. All right, because I was gonna say the other trap was like I have a trap available, and then that was a quick play spell. That's all that was. Panthers nom down on the Vigar.
Yeah, that was a trap. You got it right. Quick play right there. Just the moment the tip of that knock up, and we said tier 2 boots, massive. Honestly, still in the tier 1, so not quite able to fully get out of range between that Cyclone and the Rupture. Just any sort of knock up, right? And this is without Jono joining the rest of them for team fights. Later on, when we start seeing 5v5s, watch for Jono as well, especially if he ends up tanking those Blitzcrank hooks. That's the ideal engage for Florida Panthers.
As long as it's not Instinct, I honestly think they'll be okay. I think they're going to be happy. What we want to look for as well is Anssi to get back into it, and then Evelyn. Evelyn has been another player that I really wanted to watch, especially after getting that first blood. And so far, has gotten an assist on the back end, but really wants that Leandries to start burning through those HP bars. Reset has honestly done a great job. Caught back up in the CS department. Only one camp behind on their egg. And it's looked phenomenal. Panthers, yes, they're 1k behind, but they're weathering the storm that could have been a difficult spot. This, though, it's, again, a situation well known by Anssi, and the feast is granted whether intentional or not. That is now 2 feast stacks for Fungus Dungus.
I think a bit of a panic stopwatch right there. You're not getting out, and unfortunately, because you stopwatched, it gave time for Fungus to walk up. The Event Horizon was great to stop the initial feast from coming through, but once, yeah, you were kind of done and dusted.
Oh, we're gonna watch this. Oh, this is mean. This is so mean.
The Event Horizon did its job. It was
true.
We've seen that happen multiple times now.
But we didn't have to watch my boy die like that. Like, what the heck? What the heck? What is our production up to? That is so mean. By the way, huge shout out to our production side. It is PETA and Storm Warrior on our production as they're giving us these glorious replays and views. We are now seeing another Lilting Lullaby go down, but it is only on that Braum. The hook long range is going to work, but the Featherstorm comes out. The rest of the team for Panthers is here, but look at the knockup once again, and now the Stolen Soul resets twice and grabs the double kill as Lilia.
Can I just say, Lilia's busted, man. Like, even though Evelyn Bot died, Lilia's busted. Because Reset used it so well to just be able to follow in and punish. And Florida Panthers, we've said this before, they are the first seed. Unquestionably, their mechanics are really solid. And we're seeing that in that fight. Considering that Instinct got hooked, considering that Farmingdale State Rams kicked off the fight, I am just impressed that Florida Panthers were able to turn the fight, knowing who could tank it and knowing how to stall for time. Honestly, having to flash this one. But how many more times can you do that? And the fact that Reset coming in to kill, Dipinator coming in to kill, it just... Like, Ansi's got to dodge everything. Whereas if Panthers hit one thing, it feels like it's game over for Ansi.
I feel Ansi picked that skin specifically to not get dove, and the Lucky Clover is just not doing its job right now. Like, it's just... It's there. That's all we can say. Poor Ansi. And again, Ansi roll swapping into this lane, just trying to do their best, and... You know what? The best is all you can do. Dipinator on the top side also giving their best as they're getting so many auto attacks off. Now a little bit of a seedling over the wall as Dipinator is getting collapsed on 1v3. And even drawing the
Oh.
ulti in. Another hook comes
Huge.
out and Sexipian takes the kill. No. No. Not my boy. Fungus Dungus says, I let you live. You do not live because you got away and your team was there. I let you live.
Sure, Orbital, sure. We'll go with that interpretation of events. Nothing to do with Evelyn and Sexy Pan.
Absolutely
Tsukima.
not.
I'll go after
I
that.
honestly feel Fungus would have gone for it just for the sec. Let's be real here.
True, but he didn't have the feast available at the time. So you know what?
True, true. Okay.
Saving the morsel for later. That's how it is.
Well, now I'm just depressed. That's just like, again, you can save it for whatever. Reset, though, saves nothing as they are now on a killing spree, taking down Sexy Pant.
Getting revenge for Dipinator. I did like the roaming again from Tsukima with Evelyn bot into the top lane to just punish Dipinator. It still worries me that Dipinator is looking scary in 1v3 situations again. We saw it last game where he still found a kill on the back end. If not for Tsukima's pull away, part of me was worried that Dipinator might find a kill. He doesn't have his first mythic yet, so doesn't have that tankiness, but we've seen Yasuo's. The 1-item power spike is significant, but the 2-item power spike is when we start seeing Yasuo's turn fights 1v5.
Each item is worth, I want to say 5 deaths is the best way to think about it. You hear about the O10 power spike for Yasuo's. It's 2 items. Each one is consistent of 2 items. Panthers are able to grab their second dragon of the game. That is going to be the Hextech drag to come out. And it is the Kentech soul to bloom. This is quite an interesting mix of of dragons to come out here. Just a lot of resistances means people get out of the CC a little bit faster. Other than that, the dragon's not really going to do too much.
I don't know. I think Kemchak Dragon is the most int dragon of all.
Ooh.
Not even because of the dragon, actually. It has to do with the explosive plants. Because I've seen so many players misjudge the distance.
That's
Both
true.
junglers?
That's true. It's scary to think about. And both junglers meet at the exact same time. I love that. Reset and Evelyn handshake in the bot side. Evelyn though gonna stick around for an after meal.
Yeah, Losing Lullaby wasn't used, so you can continue to chuck out those throw seeds. If you hit, you can pull the trigger or just flat out pull them with Tsukima.
Oh, that is.
Yo, come on, man.
Why are we watching this again? Why are we being so mean? Yeah, show us the bot lane. Let us see the death. There it is. Braum goes down. The most OP kill. Don't worry about the mid. Don't worry about the mid. Go back bot. Go back bot. Give it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Bot lane tower. Farmingdale get the most. There was nothing else gotten on the map by Panthers. There was nothing. You didn't see anything.
No, we do have to talk about what happened. Oh,
Yes.
hold up.
Well,
Later,
we do. While I love that. I love that. Evelyn said, "Hold up, I got something to say."
You know, in game 1, we saw Evelyn go down in CS to keep his lanes afloat. I like the fact that this time they sacrificed Sexy Pat and they allowed Evelyn to get ahead of Reset, get these kills as well. Because I think the Lilias just has so much more to offer this team than the Alawi. It's also worth noting, of course, we did see Herald go down for the Panthers and he'll drop it immediately to continue keeping Sexy Pat down.
It's the way to do it. You know it's supposed to be a big power point, a big source of damage, and you've actually kept Sexy Pan, I think, up here for the elongated time that you needed. You needed enough time for Reset to be a problem. You need enough time for Dipinator to get those items on point to start getting that Immortal Shield bow. The job was never to outright shut down Sexy Pan. It's just keep Sexy Pan in lane without getting super fed and super annoying. And now, honestly, Fungus Dungus, I think, has enough HP for the time being to soak up those knockups, to be able to get Sexy Pan in the air, make sure the auto attacks don't come down. So for all intents and purposes, I think Panthers played this early game fairly well.
Yeah, man. That goes back to the point about the mid lane that I did want to talk about. The fact that Fungus Dungus with the Everfrost now. Onsi is playing dodgeball, and Fungus has infinite balls. Like, basically, miss Rupture doesn't matter. Got Everfrost. Miss the Everfrost doesn't matter. If I get close enough for the Feral Scream, the slow is enough to allow, Dipinator setup. And then you got to dodge tornadoes, you got to dodge stuns from resets. Like, it's just so difficult for Onsi. And even up to now, 18 minutes, almost 19 minutes of the game, Orbital. Look what Onsi doesn't have.
Onsi does not have a lot. Tell me what I'm missing here, RMC. Tell me the brutal truth about my good boy Vigar.
This man got no shoes. He's still wearing sackcloth on his feet. So he can't dodge out.
No, not my boy. No, not my poor boy. No. Oh. Really,
we need
Observer? Really?
We need a sponsorship from like Nike, Adidas, or like Pumas, like one of the sports shoes brands. Because that right there, that was an ad for shoes.
Yeah, get all the boots. Get the good shoes too. These are the raggedy boots, right? That you found off on the all on the side, right? Like this is you need those tier 2s. And honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be upset to even see Swifties get something, right? Upgraded in. I know you're going for that. I know you're going for the Zanyas. It's true. You need boots. You got 2 on your feet right now. Get 4, please.
I mean, Zonya's is what, 120-second cooldown? Like, it's a long cooldown, man. Boots are forever. Invest in a good pair. That's it. Onsi now has safer lanes to go to, because now that the outer turrets are down mid and top, you can kind of...
No. Oh my god! What was that? What was that, RMC? What about safe?
Safer! I said he almost found the return kill.
We are already getting into the thick of things. This is the Panthers just going ham. Yes, you got a 3-man sleep, but it won't be enough. Evelyn is on the run, and hey, actually it might be. They get the feather. Leon gets the kill, and now Reset is on the run. Heartbreaker to get out and into safety, but now a double knockout comes up. The silence comes in, the slaughters, the vorpal spikes pierce through the opponents, and it's gonna be another rupture to find Leon into the backline. Instinct goes with the killer instinct of all, and it's a double kill on the Lilia to nearly ace. It is the ace for the Panthers here in game 2.
So here's the thing with the Panthers. Dipinator and Fungus are probably the biggest threats. But Instinct exists, and Instinct's job is to just clean up team fights. It's not about the laning. It's all about what happens outside of lane, and Instinct coming in able to clean that one up beautifully. We get to recapture the start of the fight, or actually the middle of the fight. This was after Evelyn had kited everybody out, and you can see how dangerous this Lilia is. The fact that speed is king as well, dodging up a lot of the CC, the stuns, the knockups, and for a second it looks like Evelyn can clean this up, but then Instinct shows up and you can't dodge auto attacks, so Instinct just right clicks Evelyn to death.
And I want to point out huge props to Fungus Dungus. When we saw this Cho'Gath pick, we were, a little hesitant. We know the power that can come out, but if the
I was not hesitant, my man.
All right. So RMC the God knew what was going to come out here, and I was a little bit hesitant because I always reserve a little bit. However, the ruptures were on point. It was tracking where Leon went every time. Every time it was off cooldown, it was we're gonna get Instinct, but Instinct there looking a little bit unfortunate. Got hooked up, but still they are fine. TP coming in from not Sexy Pan, Onsty, as they look to just straight up brute force this mid lane.
Yeah, and now, worth noting as well, Fungus did pick up Banshee's Veil, so can start to walk through the Event Horizon if necessary to try and... I was going to say, not even to escape, but just to kill Onsty. Like, now you can just walk right through the Event Horizon to go for that feast. The repeated chain ruptures as well onto Sexy Pan. Fungus can just run him down. Okay, that last one missed.
Yes, just barely. And again, that's what you get when you buy tier 2 boots, ladies and gentlemen. You get more move speed. That is the best ad we've ever had. Please, I'm begging you. You are now 23 minutes into the game. I saw you buy that needlessly large rod on Steam. I see that in your inventory. You could have spent that gold. You're going to pay. This, I can't even. We're going to watch this. We are going to watch your death. You should have bought boots.
Wow. I've not heard you that vehement about something in a while. But I agree. The needlessly large rod confuses me a little bit. I understand you're going for the Saracen Embrace. It's probably a bigger damage power spike, and when you're behind, sometimes you just want the additional damage to try and mount that comeback. But look at the build you're stuck with. It's a garage sale build. You don't have Saracen Embrace. You don't have Zonia's. Finally, tier 2 boots gets through for Onsty. Great. Kind of late. And because of that, that pick is going to convert directly into a Baron. And in game 1, we saw Panthers, when they picked up the Baron, they cracked the base. They took 2 inhibitor turrets, which set them up for the rest of the game. This time, Farmingdale State Rams, they're shoving as hard as they can in the mid lane. They're actually getting turrets. Great. But can they stop the Baron counter push that Panthers are about to put out?
Oh, I don't think they can. I'm fairly certain Fungus is kind of pissed off that they couldn't get the nom on the Baron. Missed out on a stat right there. So this is also a bit of anger. Dipinator, now 3-1-1. Do it, Dipinator, do it. This is... Okay, okay. Onsty bought tier 2 boots. I'm not gonna be so angry anymore. This is fine. Everything's fine.
I mean, bought tier 2 boots didn't die, right? That's correlation, right?
Yeah, see, there we go. It's another point to it. Buy your boots, people. You're not Cassiopeia. Buy boots. If you're Cassiopeia, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm sorry.
No, even if you're Cassiopeia, buy boots.
Yes.
I don't know how you're gonna
break
do it,
the game. Break the game. Go back to like season 2 or 3. What was it? It was season, I think, actually 4 or 5 when they changed that, right?
I don't even know. For now, though, Farmingdale State Rams, they defended the top side, which is actually really important, considering that Dipinator had Baron buff and had just killed Evelyn. If Onsi didn't get that damage down, there's always the threat. Last Breath is a really short cooldown of Dipinator just kind of playing around the minion wave and looking for another kill. But because they stopped the top side push, the Rams can gather together in the mid lane, stop this push, and stall up for now. Panthers are trying to set up the bot lane, and we're seeing the push come through from Fungus. They do have to be careful and dodge hooks, though. That's not an AP Kai'Sa, is it?
No,
it kind of is.
That's on hit, AD, whatever you want to call it. It's mostly just that man immune. So man immune is ridiculous, by the way. It is AP Kai'Sa, but it's the man immune on top of it, right? Like that is just brutal damage coming out here. It's going again. Do they find it? Yes, they do. Yeah. That is 3 in a row, by the way. And remember, every time you land one of those, it shortens the cooldown. You hit another one. Zukima is giving these resets, and they have to forfeit this tower.
Yo, I didn't notice that till now, but I actually really like this from Instinct, because you're not worried about consistent damage. Jono? He just got a free invite into the base, doesn't care.
Nope, not at all. That's a double knockup, triple even, and Evelyn will burn down. Dipinator did not want to dive that one. Evelyn bot is allowed to live. Meanwhile, Fungus Dungus in the bot side, it's just being a massive bully at level 16. Now has gotten the upgraded ulti, and that also means upgraded stacks.
Yeah, and I actually kind of like that Dipinator didn't pull the trigger on that last breath, because I think having the threat of the knockup is bigger than actually just executing Evelyn on that particular push. Baron is about to actually wear out now, so Panthers have decided to disengage, go back to the Dragon. And for Farmingdale State Rams, yes, they lost a turret or two, but it's okay. They didn't lose the inhibitor turrets. I think those are the biggest ones to be able to control. They're down 7,000 gold, but with the composition they have, with the Infinite scaling of the Vigar, with Lilia and Xayah scaling as well, the gold difference isn't that important. They're still in a decent spot where they can still look to team fight. It's more about mechanics right now and how well Evelyn and Leon can kite these fights up.
We gotta be kiting on point. No global objectives for the next about 2.5 minutes. So really, it's just the chase for the kills, and you were talking about all of those mechanics. Leon used the best mechanic of all, a summoner spell mechanic. Use Ghost, gets the heck out of dodge.
Can I also just talk about Dipinator's Moonwall for a sec there? He threw it backwards to stop the Blade Caller. That was beautiful.
It's to a Yasuo main, it's standard. But to us, it's fairly beautiful. Now we get to see Dipinator, though, flying forward, and look at that! Zukima brought death straight to Leon's door. They do get the fight back. Sexy Pan is able to find a shutdown for one. But now they're going to try and turn it because it's a battle on 2 different fronts. Sexy Pan denies the knockup and is now going to brutalize Jono. You get the kill, but that's only Fungus! The chomp, the execute wins it out. And down goes Sexy Pants. It is a 3-for-1 value for Panthers as they look to storm the base. That's another snipe. Do it again. Do it again. Fire away.
There we go!
It lands! Instinct! Instinct through the fog of war!
It's open hunting season and the Panthers are eating good right now. Evelyn trying to break ankles here.
Can't break
almost
anything. That was honestly Reset playing with her food.
I love the fact, too, that Instinct... Okay, I was talking about how I love the Kai'Sa build. I want to talk more about how I love the Kai'Sa build. First of all, Instinct's cheating and bringing a sniper rifle to a hunting fight. Not fair.
It's a 50 cal. You got to get regulation here.
Man, okay, so... oh, wow, I didn't even realize actually Reset was on the side. 1v2ing off on there. And I think that was pretty massive for being able to turn this. And Fungus, that flash in to save Jono was beautiful. Jono on fractions of health. Now, finally, let's talk about Kai'Sa while we get a chance.
Yep.
Because Baron's about to spawn in 1 minute and we won't have time then. The reason why I like this build, first of all, the consistent damage that's going to come out of the Yasuo is already really, really good. You don't have to be that consistent damage AD threat for your team. And more importantly, the siege potential from this composition, because now it's not just about dodging ruptures. You're able to poke out Farmingdale Rams from safety. Normally, you have to be worried about blitz hooks. You have to be worried about Lilia's roll seeds. Now, you still have to be worried about that. But you don't have to worry about the Event Horizon or hooks anymore. As Instinct, the one person that Farmingdale wants the hook they're not even going to be able to see on screen.
It's such a good situation. It's so nice to be able to adapt these champions and be able to identify exactly what you need as a squad, and even putting yourself in into a good spot and put yourself in that value where you can pull that off, right? That's the thing, is you had to get yourself over that early hump. The Ludens is good, yes, but you need the other items behind it. That's the thing, is they made this opportunity work for themselves, and now we're getting another Baron on the table. This is going to be the all or nothing moment. Again, Soul went the way of the Panthers. Everything is on the line here. That is going to be the steal, and no steal actually comes out. The feast finally comes through, and it's the Panthers to run rampant. Yes, that is Sexy Pan with all the tentacles in the world, but they do not slam hard enough to finish off the kills. It is Panthers with an ace, and only losing Jono.
F in the chats to pay respect to Jono. Private Jono doing what was necessary for his team to win. The only casualty, but with Baron buff, with all 4 members of the 4 remaining members who are all damage dealers still up for Florida Panthers. Death timers are way too long for Farmingdale at this point.
This has been phenomenal. Yes, it was a bit slower pace. Yes, it took a bit more time, but Panthers at no point felt like they were behind. You know, it's 1 or 2 small mistakes, but those mistakes did not cost them anything here. They will be moving on in their Challengers division to make their way to the next round. Congratulations to Florida Tech Panthers.
Yeah, Florida Tech Panthers, their first seed for a reason. We're seeing it right here. They did not drop a single match so far, including the playoffs right now, bro. And good luck to whoever has to run up against them. Next, there are just no cracks. I don't see any weaknesses that you can really exploit. Sure, they're not the fastest, as you mentioned, but they don't need to be. They're like a machine. They're inexorable. They're just slowly killing you. And for Farmingdale State Rams, huge props to them as well. We said it from the beginning. They have improved so much. And even throughout this series, game 1, we saw as a team how they could play together. They could still make picks, still find comeback angles and team fights. And in this game too, huge props to Evelyn Bot, I think, on this Lilia. The Lilia had so much impact this game, and I liked what we saw from Tsukima on the Blitzcrank. Unfortunately, it wasn't more impactful, but the early roams, the ganks, moving with Evelyn to get some of those picks happening, that to me was the highlights from Farmingdale in this game too.
It was so good, and I enjoyed every moment of it. Been enjoying them since we cast them quite a few weeks ago, so I'm excited to see what more they can do in the next semester as well, see them in the future. For right now, though, we are going to go to a quick break. I do believe we are going to get an interview, hopefully an interview with one of Florida Tech Panthers members, and get a little bit of an idea about their current setup for their run and how they're going to try and maintain a perfect season. Please don't go anywhere. The NECC will be right back. And welcome back, everyone. We now have a lovely, lovely interview. I think we're coming in from outer space. Reset. Reset, are you there? You were resetting too hard. You might have jumped dimensions. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hey,
Let's
welcome,
go.
Reset, to the desk. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory. You guys had some awesome games here tonight. How are you feeling after those victories?
I'm feeling great. I'm really excited for the rest of the season, and I'm already looking forward to the national playoff bracket.
Oh, wow. Okay, fair enough. I mean, you guys did really well so far, and you got Viego both games. Now, I got to ask you, with a name like Reset, with the champion like Viego, any relation?
Actually, it originally came from Belveth. I was a big Belveth fan when she first came out, and then I was like, if I play Belveth competitively, I might get kicked out of school. So Viego's much more competitively viable. And then I started getting into, I love Viego. I love the style he plays. I love everything about the character. I wish he had more skins, and so that's why I play him so much.
What's your favorite Viego skin? EDG?
So it is EDG with the red chroma.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
the
probably best
chroma.
one, yeah.
Oh, the
Yes,
little
that's the best
touch
one.
of uniqueness. I love it.
And now, Reset. So let's talk a little bit about your team. You guys have played together for a while. I think you and Dipinator specifically have played together for what, 3 years now?
Yes, so yeah, originally when we started playing, when it was just me getting a bunch of guys together at my school, I was actually his RA, his resident assistant, and I heard that
Okay.
he was a diamond mid laner. I remember knocking on the door one day, and I was like, "Hey, I'm your RA. Get in solo queue. We're about to play for a while." And then I eventually convinced him to start joining tournaments, which was really nice. I was not that good at the time, and I had no idea how I was able to convince him to start doing tournaments with me. But we had a great connection, a great top jungle synergy, and we've just been kept going with it.
Fair enough. We saw some of it this game as well. Some of those gangs to the top side, getting Dipinator ahead. And then, of course, Fungus Dungus, previously Parent Power. You guys have played together before. But your bot lane is new. Instinct and Jono coming in. So how has it been, with some new people on the squad?
It's been interesting. It was definitely a last minute change. Both of them are still my teammates. I still love both of them to death. Love playing with them. Love practicing with them. I'm happy with how much they've been improving, how much they've really stepped into the role of what we needed them to do, especially during, you come in, you're playing on a club team, and then we come up and say, hey, yeah, CLOL championship bracket starts in 1 week. We'll see you on one day for scrims. And they're like, oh my gosh, what the heck? And I'm like, guys, it's okay, because we're going to pick Viego, and we're going to pick solo AP mid, and then we're going to keep going, and everything's going to be all right. So they've been a blast to play with, and I'm happy to play with them more in the future.
Now, if only you ganked them on the Rift like you did off the Rift.
Yes. Well, we have a little bit of an agreement where it's like, hey,
okay.
pyramid, they're like Pyramid Power, Fungus Dungus. He is a very good, very strong carry player. And I said, listen, whenever he does not carry, the next game I will gank you. And the good news is Fungus Dungus hasn't let me down since. So both of them got that pressure. If he doesn't carry, if he doesn't perform, he knows I'm going straight down bot the next game.
Okay, well, we'll see how that works out for teamwork. It certainly worked so far, and Instinct and Jono did manage to pop off outside of the laning phase once they managed to join the rest of the team. Now, Reset. So far, you guys crushed the regular season, and you guys haven't dropped a single match all split long, even in the playoffs with your win tonight 2-0. Are there any teams from the Challengers Atlantic division you guys are looking forward towards rematching with here in the playoffs? I think you guys dropped one game to RPI Gold and one game to Queen's Tricolors.
Definitely RPI, because I believe we're in this position because in the preseason for our activation games, we lost to them. And I actually didn't expect to be put in the same conference/division as them, but I'm excited because they're on the opposite side of the bracket. That seems like the final I would have the most fun playing, and I'd like to see what will happen. A lot's changed. When we played them the first time, we only had a bot lane for 1 or 2 weeks, and I'd like to see how much they've improved.
All right. Well, that's awesome to hear. This is going to be so exciting to see you guys continue on in your run here. Any final words, Reset? Anyone that you'd like to shout out to? Anyone that you'd like to give huge respect to? Or maybe a little bit of a friendly banter over there as well?
I would like to shout out my fiance, Avita Moore, who has recently started playing League of Legends to try to support me more
Oh no.
in my
Oh no. Our
competitive endeavors.
condolences.
Yeah, my condolences too, man. I have to play bot lane. All right. But no, I love her to death. She's supported me through this whole time, even when I was silver, and I was like, hey, I want to play competitively, and she was like, okay, we'll let that, we'll see what happens. So she's been here through the whole way. Love her to death. Happy to, spend the rest of my life with her. And I hope to one day be able to go to a LAN and really have her come and, win that whole thing. So, yeah.
All right. Well, that is a fantastic aspiration to have, and hopefully you guys pull it off. You guys look fantastic tonight. Hopefully we get to see more of you in the future. Reset, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you so much, you guys.
All right, and with that, we are going to a very short break because that is it for series number 1. We have gotten some words that the Rift is going through a little bit of an overhaul, so only time will tell. Please give us a little bit. We should have another series on our hands. We are hoping so, at least, and that series will be casted by Echo and Paladino. That'll be Sacramento State Gold versus UH Skyline, the University of Houston, rounding it out in the Emergence Pacific Frontier Division. Make sure you don't want to miss that one, as that is the 2nd seed against the 7th seed. But from us here on the desk, it has been a joy. My name is Orbital. With me is RMC, Random Minion Caster. I got to get him back to the Rift. Make sure he can go fix the problem out there. We'll see you all next time, and please stick around.
What's going on, everybody? We are back. We have sent RMC down to the Rift and Orbital up to the stars, and now it's me and Paladino here as we move on to our second best of 3 series here tonight. So quarterfinals continue. 2 more teams are ready to go head-to-head. Paladino, how you feeling tonight?
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Always good to have action on Summoner's Rift, even if it is starting a little bit late, but better late than never, as I always say. So I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Yeah, just a little bit behind schedule, but we're getting there. We're rolling up here. But firstly, before we even get started, we got to see who it is that's even going up today. So let's take a quick look because we've got 2 new teams, Sacramento State Gold as well as UH Skyline. Let's take a look at UH Skyline's roster first, better known as the Cougar. We've got Raiden I in the top lane, the Barrels in the jungle, Carbonetics in the mid lane, Y-Int as an ADC, yes, that is a go-to name right there, and Fozzy in the support role. And on the flip side, Paladino, I need you to run me through who's over on Sacramento State Gold.
Of course, they come in as the number 2 seed in our best of 3 tonight. We got Titled in the top lane, Cheese Buff in the jungle, Arnak in the mid lane, and their bot lane will be hoisted by Sun King Karna and Jorban to round their roster out. So it should be a good one. Like I said, Sacramento State Gold coming in as the 2 seed, 8-1 in the regular season. UH Skyline at a bit of a rougher split. Excuse me. They come in as your 7th seed at 3-6. Last time these 2 teams faced off was in week number 2, where Sacramento State took them down 2-0.
Yeah, and we're not wasting any more time. Enough has been wasted. We're getting ready for the draft, but obviously, Paladino, we're talking about the seedings, right? And it does look a little bit tough, right? I mean, you've got this incredibly high seed going up against a much lower seeded team, right? Sacramento State Gold 8-1 in comparison to UH Skyline that are going 3-6. So I'd have to imagine that a lot of people are probably inclined to believe that it's going to go Sacramento State's Gold's way.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, they come in, they had a really, really strong regular season. They only dropped 1 series pretty early on in week number 4. And of course, when these teams faced off before, it was a 2-0, but that was in week number 2. Things change, seasons change, teams grow, and are able to connect with one another and kind of just become stronger as a unit, gain more synergy. And that's always going to be potential for our series tonight. So I'm not expecting a stomp. At least I don't think we'll get one. But, that's on Sacramento State to prove that they can do it. And I doubt UH Skyline is going to go down without a fight.
Oh yeah, everyone loves an underdog story as well, so if they can come out on top and surprise us, I'm looking forward to it. More importantly though, I'm already looking forward to what we're going to be seeing on the Rift. Oh, the draft has mysteriously disappeared from us, but
we lost it.
We saw 2 picks. Hell, we did see the Garen, which is 1 pick already locked in. I'm not sure if the Poppy there was locked in or not, but the Garen in particular, if I'm not mistaken, got buffed just this literally not too long. I think it was yesterday that the patch came out, right? So they're already looking to abuse the patch.
Yeah, they are. Garen did get a slight buff. I think it was to some of his armor and his attack damage as well. Some small buffs like you typically see, but certainly a strong pick. It was picked the way you'll see the draft, of course, how it always is. It'll be picked in a champion order and role order, not in the way that it was drafted on our end in the third-party client. But this was picked on B5, so they held this one for a long time, but still decided to go with it blind. So it will be a blind Garen up in the top lane. You haven't seen who it's up against yet, but you'll see it very, very soon. But yeah, I mean, when a champ gets buffed, you might as well try it out, especially if it's one that you're comfortable on. So we'll see how they're able to pilot the Garen.
Indeed, we will. Still a little bit blind here as to who the rest of the team will. We're not, but I mean, obviously all the viewers are as we're waiting to get the draft back itself. I don't really want to spoil any of the picks, right? I mean, I want to talk about them, but I don't want to spoil them yet, because it just kind of, gets rid of the hype factor when we get to see what gets locked in here. I don't know. Do we talk about the picks?
I don't. We can talk about the bans. We saw the bans.
That's fair.
So the first rotation bans, Sacramento State Gold, they are our number 2 seed, so they did get side selection. They're on blue side here for game number 1. They banned away Gragas, Draven, and Darius. Easily the highest played for their respective roles for the side of UH Skyline. They banned away Jax, Ornn, and Syndra. So targeting the top lane a little bit. That is the strongest member, at least solo queue rank-wise, for Sacramento State Gold, the only diamond player on the roster, but targeting a ban towards the Syndra as well. It looks like we're back in the lobby. I think we just had an issue with the champ not showing up when it was intended to, so we're back now, and I already mentioned the bans, but you're going to see them once again.
Absolutely. So it's no.
We
you
lost it.
cast
I'm
a
sorry.
curse
I'm
it.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
You
sorry. I'm sorry.
cast
Sorry.
a
It's my
curse
fault.
it.
It's my fault.
No.
It's my fault.
we got it for a whole couple of seconds, but yeah, it's just cool to see, right, that some respect being given on over to Ty Dalda in the top lane, right? 2 of those 3 bans immediately going on up to him, and then gotta give a little bit of respect with the Syndra as well. And on the flip side, it feels like it's a lot more kind of satiated out when it comes to the bans, right? The jungle, Gragas. Thank God. That is... Gragas is so disgusting right now.
Nerf Gragas, man. It's so broken.
Bro, right, what are you doing, man? Why are you nerfing... Let me see, who did they all nerf this? Why are you nerfing Asol, J4, Kane, Malphite, Rakan? Nerf Gragas, please. I don't want to be half health level 2 by a Gragas who's just slamming his 600-pound body into me at 200 miles an hour. It's ridiculous. I can't jungle like this.
It's true that Champ's a 3-way flex in competitive. He has too much sustain in solo lanes. He clears quickly. He does too much damage, or he's too tanky, or both. I don't know, man. But he's not nerfed this patch, so it'll be normal Gragas for competitive and MSI, as we'll see later. We won't see it in game number 1, though. I mean, we can look at just looking at the OP.GGs of all these team members for the side of UH Skyline. The Barrels, it is easily their most played in solo queue with 25 games on the champ and a 64% win rate as well. So good reason to take that one off if you're Sacramento State Gold. And the same story goes for their other bands as well. YIN's easily highest played is that Draven with 96 games and a 61% win rate. Darius, similar story for Raiden, 61 games and a 59% win rate. Whereas, we see some respect bands like we talked about a little bit earlier for the side of UH Skyline. The draft is there, but I'm not going to talk about it.
And say nothing. It's not there. Pretend you don't see it. We pray that some things outside of our power will indeed work. I'm not gonna say what it is, but we all know exactly what it is here. As the bans for the 3rd time around are being cemented here, but they just gotta run through it. Just rapid fire right through it. There we go. Garen's locked in. Okay, that's 1. We get another pick. There we go. That's 2. The Camille's gonna get locked in as well as a bit of a response. Oh my God, it's happening, Paladino. It's actually happening.
We got it. We're making it. I can tell you that this Camille was picked on R5 as the counter pick. Now, one of my good friends that I play a ton of League with, he is a hard Garen one trick and tells me on a daily basis that Camille is easily the worst matchup. He tells me that it's unplayable. He bans it every time he plays Garen, which is every game. So I can tell you that Raiden is setting himself up for success with this Camille pick as a good counter into the Garen.
I feel like, no offense here, bro. I feel like that's something you keep on the down low if you're a Garen main. Like, come on. You don't gotta be going around telling people that. You're gonna get some shifty looks there. And I'm giving shifty looks to the bottom of my screen because the draft is caught yet again. What's happening? We're inching forward. We're getting a couple of picks. We gotta tease the audience. We gotta, pull out the draft a little bit.
Exactly. We did see some more picks though. So we already talked about the Camille Garen matchup. Skyline did lock in the Maokai in the jungle as well, and I believe, did we see Sacramento State's jungle pick? I think we did. It was the Mordekaiser. I hope I'm not spoiling, but the jungle matchup is the Mordekaiser versus the Maokai. So Skyline going very meta heavy with their jungle pickup. The Maokai has been ever prevalent for a long time now, even after the nerfs we saw a couple months ago. Mordekaiser not as common, at least in competitive play, but has seen some strength, got nerfed a little while ago as well. But 2 AP heavy junglers, more so tanky on the side of Skyline. But we'll have to see how that one comes out. They clear about the same, so I'm interested to see, where these junglers decide to path, how things go, and especially because we don't know what their other lanes are looking like. You don't know who the priority will be across Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, it's almost like duality of man, right? Skyline going for that safe kind of standard meta jungle pick, and then Sacramento State Gold, they open up the dark tech box. They're like, let's see what we got in here. They're rummaging around a little bit. They're like, haha, the Mordekaiser jungle. They pull it out, and I'm curious to see how it is going to work, because I can't remember the last time I've actually seen that in a more competitive play coming out. I mean, that's something you might see in like a off solo queue, like an off draft kind of match. So I don't know what to expect from it.
I don't know. We have the draft here now. So this is the full draft in the order that it was picked. So you can see on the side of Sacramento State Gold, their last couple bans, Jarvan and Cassante, Skyline banning away Gangplank and Olaf. So more bans focused towards that top lane as well as the jungle with the Olaf. But they blinded the Aurelian Soul. He once again did get nerfed today as well, but not quite as strength we saw once that rework came out. But did get hit a little more today. Skyline, I'm interested to know your thoughts on this, Echo. They went Jinx Milio. Now, I haven't seen Milio played in competitive yet. This will be my first time casting a Milio on the NECC, and I'm excited. I think this champ's a ton of fun to play and a ton of fun to watch as well.
Oh, yeah, but he's not fun to play against. He is the bane of my existence as a jungler. When I try to gank bot lane, and I see that stupid little fireball coming, I'm like, dude, yeah, my whole life is ruined. And once it hits you, knocks you back, stuns you up, it hurts so incredibly much. But it is going to be interesting to see here in a more competitive setting, right, where these teams have that full range of comms that can make these plays happen. And you did obviously touch right that ASOL being that first bind pick as well. Nerfs coming through. Felt like the nerfs were fairly menial, right? It was just some armor growth, some health growth. You know, it's still, I feel like when you lock in that ASOL, you're saying, hey, wave control is me. I am the king of wave control. Obviously, it takes a little bit of time to kind of scale up, but once it does, it is so hard to trump him in the wave control game.
Yeah, almost no one can. I think he's probably still the best scaling champ in the game. Infinite scaling is, of course, the name of the game when it comes to mini reworks, as it appears, at least in recent memory. And ASOL fits that bill perfectly. Just gets so many, range buffs, damage buffs, everything. He's got 2 different abilities that do % health magic damage. If you let this champ scale into the late game, it will do a number on your team. Especially when it comes to those late game team fights with the Sky's Descend, of course. But we can see who he's matched up against. This was responded in that first rotation as well. The Victor, so another scaling mage, maybe doesn't scale quite as hard as the Aurelian Soul, but a similar mindset of doing damage from range wants to scale up and get to 3 or 4 items.
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of times I feel we see kind of a Veigar being picked out as well, right? If you see the ASOL just to kind of counter that infinite scaling, because it definitely feels like you're putting yourself on a bit of a timer, right? Whenever you're going up against that ASOL, because like you mentioned, he's going to infinitely scale. He is going to just hit harder and harder and harder. The more stardust he collects, the singularity is going to get more dangerous with that execution ratio only going up. So they got to make something happen, and they got to make it happen quick. Do you have the Jinx, obviously, in that Harper scaling, as well as that split push that can come through from the Camille? But I just wonder if they have the tools, if they want to really draw this game out, if they have the tools to make it happen.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The scaling, I think, in my eyes, is almost always going to favor the team with the Aurelian Soul, but Skyline responded pretty well. I think Jinx is obviously seen as an incredible hyper carry with Emilio as well. Once you get to level 9, max range on the rockets with the range increase from the Emilio makes Jinx not only hit incredibly hard when you hit 3 items, but from a range where she's nearly untouchable. It was, of course, responded by another kind of hyper carry with that range with the Tristana, but much more of a kill lane with the Blitzcrank. You do mention, I think the split push effort is strong with the Camille, but it's equally strong with the Garen. I think, Victor, obviously we talked about the scaling, and of course the jungle matchup will mostly be prioritizing getting one of those lanes fed, but, we've seen these 2 drafts, we've seen some meta picks, some stuff pulled out of the hat as well. Who are you favoring going into game number 1?
Ooh, as much as I want to see Skyline prosper, I want to see the Cougars take it. I'm looking at Sacramento State Gold, man. They got the ASOL, right? They're protected in the scaling department, right? They've got the Blitzcrank. They can make something happen early game. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to flip-flop and swap my vote if they don't make something happen level 1, by the way. I want to see, I am a proponent of level 1 invade shenanigans. I kind of want to see that happen. It might not, considering what they're going up against, but if it does, then I'll support Sacramento State Gold till the end of time. But just looking at the rosters itself, I'm leaning more towards Sacramento State. What about you?
I sort of agree. I'm interested, they do have the Aurelian Soul, like you said, but Milio came out after the Aurelian Soul rework, and typically the newer champ wins. So Skyline does have that benefit, but I think, I do agree. I am excited to hopefully see some level 1 action, see what Sacramento State Gold can do as we go into game number 1. But I believe before we go into game number 1, we'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be hitting Summoner's Rift, so don't go anywhere.
All right, and we are just about ready to get on to the rift here for game number 1. Now, Paladino, obviously this is a best of 3, so first game, you can obviously kind of look to feel out your opponent, but it definitely does feel good to pick up that first win and not have your backs up against the wall. But I'm just saying that there's a little bit of room for error here, so that's nice.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got some time. You know, if you drop game 1, it's not all over, done, and dusted yet. But that game 1, the synergy that you get just from playing one together, and then, of course, you get the momentum after game number 1, hopefully roll it into game number 2. That cannot be understated. The game 1 win can oftentimes propel you to a good chance at winning game number 2. But it's a best of 3 for a reason, so we'll have to see. And you talked about the level 1 cheese, and looks like that we might see it, but I don't know. They're just stacking in their own jungle right now.
I'm not looking too hopeful. I'm already about ready to give my vote back on over to UH Skyline, because I'm not liking what I'm seeing. There's good vision set up, though, by the Cougars, so they would know if anything was on the way, but it's looking like it's just going to be your usual a 5-point lineup here with a little bit of spam in the bush.
Yeah, I mean, you know, making sure you get all your emotes in early on, get your APM up, it'll help out a lot, make the numbers look nice. But yeah, nothing too spicy. It's a good idea in case anybody comes in to check, but of course, the side of Skyline has no reason to walk into the enemy jungle, so they'll just stick with a 5-point. Junglers will be starting on the same sides here in game number 1.
They will possibly make their way on up, or maybe we see something crazy come out here. Level 3. I'm curious how effective a Mordekaiser gank is going to be early on. I mean, if you don't hit the Nether Grasp, like, you're kind of useless. Like, I'm not even going to lie. Not a lot of tools to actually set it up here.
Yeah, pre-6, it's certainly difficult, especially you don't have the ability to take them into the realm of death. And typically when I see Mordekaiser jungles in my solo queue games, this is just based off of my knowledge from a couple months ago, they often went Ghost instead of the Flash, but opting for the Flash this game. It is an interesting choice. If you can use it well, get a Flash ult onto a carry, it can prove useful, but that is on Cheese Buff to execute. But I think you're right. I think Mordekaiser's certainly not going to have that early gank strength as something like a Flash W will from the barrels on the Maokai.
It definitely feels like primarily the bot lane is going to be the easiest for him to gank, and mid and top he's really just going to be looking for Raiden or Carbon X to be kind of a too far forward and be able to punish that. But we'll have to wait and see as both junglers still looking for that full clear. The barrels slightly ahead here, already starting up that red buff, and then they will continue on forward. We'll say, though, this top lane is in a prime position to gank for Cheese Buff, so we'll have to wait and see what he decides here.
Yeah, it's certainly an option. Raiden is opting for no flash, so teleport and the ignite on the Camille. Much more aggressive, but certainly can be with the use of the E, but just going to take a reset now, get a cheater recall. I don't think he'll have to TP back either, so grabs an extra longsword, helps out quite a bit. I will say the barrels did skip out on those Raptors, so not quite a full clear, opting for the red into the Krugs, but these junglers should meet each other at this top side crab, and Raiden will not be there in time if they do run into one another, and with that Garen passive titled, has already got up back to full HP, so we'll see if the barrels, he's even going to try. I think it's going to be difficult to contest over this crab. Looks like he's going to walk around, but might just hover for the topside gank instead.
Yeah, they did have a ward in that top of bush, so they know there's no vision in it here for the side of Sacramento St. Gold. And now Barrels is here. Finds the stun, finds a bit of damage. Flash forward from Tidal Lead, though, to get away. The Ignite does get dropped forward, though, but a nice grasp comes in. And there's no need for setup when the enemy comes towards you, as Cheese Buff was able to assist Tidal Lead by picking up that first kill.
Yeah, it feels so bad. Raiden was doing a good job punishing, had some good trades in the top lane, and it's a good matchup for the Camille, but Garen is suddenly gifted that first blood gold from the barrels. You saw Raiden try to disengage, not go in with the E, but the barrels does not have such benefits, so he falls. That'll help out Titled a ton, as the hook will land.
Ooh, nice hook coming through here. Fozzy taking it slightly low there, and Sun King just able to free fire onto him. Has to go to campfires, so it's going to be able to heal up a little bit here, but regardless, it just shows how dangerous, how volatile this bot lane is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Typically, especially when we get to these later levels, that Blitzcrank is going to be one hook, one kill. You can see him looking for the angle now behind the wave.
Oh, he's ready.
It's a sneaky angle.
Oh, come on. He's looking. He is so hungry for this hook. But, okay, yeah. Fozzie and Y-Int will not be inting this time around. They have their suspicions that Jorman is looking for something there, so they are going to make sure they stay just far enough away that the hook cannot reach them. You saw Cheese Buff as well waiting in the wings just in case the hook did go through, but to no avail, so just going to go on back.
Yeah, not a surprise. Finish out on the full clear. Got both the Scuttle Crabs. Gets a decent base with the Blasting Wand and the boots as well. The movement speed is going to be ever helpful on the Mordekaiser, especially with no access to the Flash or the Ghost here in this one. So going to go back to clearing the jungle there on the bot side. The first Drake has spawned. It will be a Mountain Dragon, but neither side opting to go for it here just yet. So we'll just continue to see all these lanes farming up here with some trading to go along with it, but nothing too crazy here so far.
Yeah, those drag nerfs that came out not too long ago, bringing down some of those percentage numbers. Takes a little bit of urgency off of getting those drags initially. Definitely still feels good though, but at least now you can feel a little bit better. You sleep a little better at night if you're not instantly rushing those drags as soon as they are up here. And I'm sure that Cheese Buff as well, the barrels, just want to get that level 6 as soon as possible. Those ults are going to be super crucial for securing those kills.
Oh, absolutely. They provide so much strength, really, for both sides. Really want to play for that level 6. I would say Maokai is a little bit stronger with those ganks 1 through 5, but the Realm of Death and, of course, the Nature's Grasp are always going to be incredibly strong. You can see the barrels potentially starting to walk down there, but instead just going to throw some saplings. They don't know if they know that that ward is there in the river, but level 6 for the Aurelion Soul. The barrels is going. Astral Flight comes in.
And it does here with the Singular drop down as well. Barrels is here to assist. The Skies descend. It's going to find the stun onto Carbonetics. Might buy Arnak just enough time. Flash on forward though from Barrels, and they're able to pick up that kill. Cheese Buff is not there fast enough. Won't find the grasp either. That's going to be a free kill on over the Barrels.
Yeah, that feels really, really good. Unfortunate that your scaling mid laner doesn't get it, but a kill on the A-Soul means less that he can farm. Has the teleport, so won't miss any of this wave, but regardless, good to get some free gold in the pocket, especially after losing that first blood in the top lane.
Yep, so here can feel too terrible, but it definitely feels good for Barrels to pick up that kill. Only had to utilize the flash here as top lane for now. Gonna be somewhat quiet. Cheese Buff still looking for that level 6. Same for the Barrels here. They should be incredibly close. I'd have to imagine. Should be coming through any moment.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see
there we
at
go.
level
There's
6.
one.
Yeah, Cheese Buff gets it. I think the Barrels will probably get it on... Well, I don't know if it'll be the next camp or not. Does get some XP from that kill, but is down quite a few camps. You can see the CS 53 to 40, but I imagine with this bot side clear should grab level 6 as well. Provides a ton of utility, and the range, especially on the ganks, is very, very easy to set up.
Definitely so here. Curious to see what lane they're going to look to play for. Actually, he does end up coming through though for Carbonetics. She'll be able to get back quite soon. There we go. Okay, he's back. It was just shortly. Stepped away from the keyboard there for a moment. Jordan is going to be looking to clear the vision. I gotta say, the vision game already coming through from the Cougars is superb. You could see the amount of wards down in that bot lane. They understand that this best of 3 is not going to be a cakewalk, and they have to play at 100% if they want to beat the top tier C this time around.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the little things like vision are incredibly important. Obviously, when you're going up against a team who is coming in as a much higher seed than you, had a better regular season than you have to do the little things right and try to have these kind of mini games, if you will, across Summoner's Rift go your way, and vision is an incredible part of that. You need to know if you're on vision, have the proper vision set up. Raiden could be in trouble as Cheese Buff is walking to the top lane, but will not find anything yet. Echo, you mentioned that these Drakes got nerfed a little bit ago, and you know, that might be the reason that these teams aren't going for it, but truthfully, I'm kind of surprised. I think Mountain Drake is one of the first two, is incredibly strong. Getting even that little bit of resistances from armor and MR from a first Mountain Drake are incredibly vital, and with a scaling bot lane on both sides, I'm surprised to see neither team go for it.
Yeah, and just the fact that, I mean, we've seen how oppressive the bot lane is here that's coming out from Sacramento State, right? They've definitely feels like Y-Int and Fozzie really haven't been given much opportunity to actually kind of leave from their tower, and I'm surprised that we haven't seen Cheese Buff capitalize on that. Instead, he's been trying to send it up into this top lane. I'm pretty sure this is like the third time that he's looking into the top lane, and he's not going to find anything once again, that's so much real estate on the map left open, and so he's going to opt instead go for that rift here, and that's going to give an opening to Barrels, who's here now, finds the root, flash away from Tidal, but he's stuck in the hextech all the minute, and he's not going anywhere anytime soon, just waiting for the kill feat to come through. He's still alive somehow for now. Sun King Kama with a nice little ulti going through, but it does not matter. Fozzie is going to be able to grab the kill onto him. Got under the tower there. Got a little excited, and unfortunately it did not pay off. Instead, Int got excited in return, and now Tidal is stuck between, I mean, gosh, so many enemies and a hard place right now. Ryan's looking for him, though, but Damasin Adjustment comes down and finds the pick onto Ryan. Arnak doesn't even manage to fly away. Down he goes as well. Cheese Buff running for the hills. I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon. Tries to find the kill onto Carbonetics, but to no avail. And Tidal will be the only one that lives to tell the tale.
The longest 10-minute fight ever goes across both sides of Summoner's Rift. It looked good at first for the side of Sacramento State Gold going in onto the tower, but once Sun King Karna tanked that tower shot, it was just the Jinx Rocket on top of some Milio damage. That was all they needed. It looked good at first as well for Skyline in the top side, but of course we panned away, did not have the damage to take down the Garen at first, and importantly not using that ult early, so he's able to secure another kill. They do swing things around, so it comes out okay for them in the end, but another kill to the Garen, really helping out here in his lane state, able to pick up the Iron Spike Whip in base as well. Of course, things are still pretty beneficial for Raiden. He seems to be winning out on all these trades, but when it comes to that lethal damage, they're just not able to find it.
Well, they are not. Overall, just the movement. It's been great for the Cougars so far. They are where they need to be at all times. You could even see Fozzie, right, was holding on to that mid wave here, as now he needs to hold on to his life because he's getting jumped on by Sun King. Has to flash on over the wall. The Barrels and Wyant are going to be there to back their boy up, so he's going to be okay. But more importantly, he was able to hold that mid lane, so Carbonetics didn't even need to utilize his TP. Still has it available. Now it's able to come on over and help on this drag. It's finally being started up. We're only 12 minutes in, but now it's going down. Top right, they're also going to look to fight here. The Choppers are going to drop down. Is coming out as well. They find some roots coming through. Fozzie incredibly low. Is just barely able to stay alive. This guy's descend, and he is crushed under the weight of a star. Cheese Buff in the death realm with Int is going to take him out, and it's a 1-for-1 all across the board here. Cheese Buff is still looking for the drag, but he's going to get taken out by Carbonetics. Arnak can do nothing but watch as the dragon is secured by the Barrels.
I don't know what Cheese Buff's plan was. I don't think he had any way out, but maybe just trying to secure the Drake, but does not have the damage. They give another kill over. Carbonetics comes out huge in that fight. Now 3 kills on this Victor, and that's what you really want. You have the scaling into scaling mid lane matchup, and things are starting to look really, really good for the side of Skyline. 3 kills, already has that E-evolution, gonna take the base now, and I imagine have full mythic at 13 minutes.
Yeah, at this point, I think Skyline is just... Oh, wait, hold up. I have to hold that thought. Jorban's on his way. He's powering up. He's going fast. Can he find this hook? It could be huge if he does. It travels. Finds the mark. Hexic on the minute to dodge away from some of the damage, and he's going to be A-okay. Never mind. Raiden was never in danger. Time wasted. Thanks for the quick visit. Goodbye. More importantly, though, kind of feels... I mean, honestly... I'm starting to think that maybe Skyline, they inflated their numbers there a little bit. Maybe they lost a couple games on purpose to just look really weak, because so far they've been looking pretty damn good. Barrels in a tricky spot, but uses the ulti, and look at that. You talked about Int, right? If he's able to just free fire, he does so much damage out of range, out of sight, out of mind. Well, actually, he's still going to be in the mind of Sacramento State because he's looking good right now. Grabbing another kill there, grabbing some platings and as well. And it looks like everything is going Skyline's way right now.
Yeah, I mean, looking at nearly the 14-minute mark here, if you would have come into this one and told me that this was the match between the 2 seed and the 7 seed, I would not tell you that Skyline was the 7 seed. They're playing this early game so well, but now Wyatt could be in some trouble.
Yeah, looking forward here. Buster shot comes through, but it's just not enough. Int just has so much range with the rockets here and puts Sun King Karma into the dirt. He said there's a new king on this rift.
Yeah, I mean, the Tristana just doesn't have the range yet. Gets that increase with those levels, but not high enough level yet to match Y-Int. He's down some CS, but now up 3 kills on the now 0-3 Tristana. Is going to have so much gold when they hit the base. Is in the fountain now. I imagine waiting on some gold to finish up that Kraken Slayer or the Gale Force, but I hope it's Kraken Slayer here as it comes through at the 14-minute mark. So you see these Mythics finished out on the carries of the side of Skyline, and we have some items finished for the side of Sacramento State Gold, but they're down 1.2k at 14 minutes.
Yeah, only Mythic coming out here for Arnak. Laroa, fairly stock standard stuff. Got another around 9 minutes before you get that extra level up. You get a whole lot of extra stats as well. Cheese Buff, on the other hand, opting for that Rylai's, right? Making it so much harder to escape from him. The soul that comes through. Now they're going to look for Raiden once again. The silence comes through. It stops him from using the hook shot, but it's still going to connect to the wall. Did get brought into the death realm, but he's safe under that turret, and Barrels is here as well. So Raiden is going to be A-okay, and it's unfortunate that Cheese Buff put so much emphasis in this top lane when I feel like after gank attempt number 2, you should have realized this is not going to work out. Let me invest my time and resources elsewhere.
Yeah, they just can't find what they're looking for. I sort of understand the vision. You know it's a hard matchup for the Garen, but when you're counter ganking, it's going well. Instead of trying to force every time they've gone for it, Camille just has way too much mobility and the ability to escape as well. You saw it right there. It started to get pulled out of the E with that Nethergrass, but just able to go on back to the tower, playing incredibly safe. Has lost some CS just because of the pressure, but now with that Divine Sunderer, that is a huge spike for this Camille in the side lane and in the 1v1 especially. I mean, Skyline just playing so well in this early game, and because the mid lane and the bot lane have really not faced that much pressure from either jungler, and they're winning out in isolation, it's gone really, really well here in this early game.
Yeah, with top lane really being the only lane that doesn't have any sort of guaranteed setup for Cheese Buff to make something happen, right? You went bot. We've seen that Jorvik can hit those hooks, right? He's got the aimbot on. Arnak, right, with the Sky's Descent, can look for the stun, can look for the slow with the Singularity as well. It really just feels like there were so many more opportunities these other lanes to make something happen, but that's not here nor there because time still ticking here. Y-Int, dude, if he steps just a bit too far forward, Jorvik is going to find him with the hook, and there we go, lands it once again, jumping on top of him, but reinforcements are on the way, so they got to do this quick. They grab the shutdown here, give it on over to Sun King, Karna, top lane. Still going to be just exchanging blows here and there, nothing too crazy, but regardless, those are those plays that we need to see coming out from Sacramento State if they want to get back into this. All right, turret is going to go down though. Herald is going to be started up on the flip side here, so I'm going to go for that macro. We're going to come on through here. Should be fairly guaranteed, as no one's really going to be there to stop them unless Tidal looks for something here. Very doubtful though. Drag is going to be taken. There we go. Herald does go down, and ultimately it'll be a drag going on over to Sacramento State, and the Herald going on over to the Cougars here. Fozzie in a tricky spot though. It's about to be run down by Tidal, but his boys are there to back him up, and the Demacian Justice finds him unworthy. Is going to be taken out.
That's the strength of the Garen. He could go in, get that quick execute, especially on the low-leveled support. Milio cannot stand a chance against the now 3-0 Garen, doing so much damage. And I mean, when you've been playing around topside, that's kind of what you need to do. You need to keep playing around this member that you've invested so many resources in, and hopefully it'll pay off in the end. The gold lead has now slightly come in favor of the side of Sacramento State Gold, mostly because of the CS, but still, things are looking pretty good here for Skyline if they're able to continue playing around the carries of Carbonetic and Y-Int.
Yeah, and I'd have to imagine a well-placed Herald should be able to even out those gold stats back into possibly the favorites of the Cougars if they can find a good opportunity to place it. But for now, just going to look to hold on to it. Raiden got Tidal snug under his turret at the moment. Some Sapling's going to get dropped down here. His Tidal is just going to do his best to try and get some damage out. Like you mentioned, it is quite the rough matchup, but even being 3-0, you can still feel that he's got to give some respect over to Raiden.
Yeah, the damage coming out from the Camille, especially now level 12, nearing full points into both the Q and the E, and of course the passive shield scaling as well can apply so much damage with those Divine Sunderer procs. It's still it's always a tough matchup for Garen. There's no point where Garen outscales the Camille. Camille is always going to outscale the Garen, but like you mentioned, the Rift Herald's still available in every single tower in the game, still up for the side of Sacramento State Gold. You need to drop that one somewhere and hopefully get some more gold into, ideally, I imagine, the Victor or the Jinx. Those are the two that you know are going to need to carry you into the late game.
Absolutely. So here's Wyatt and Fozzy are going to be holding down the mid lane here. They lost their tier 1 in the bot lane. They were evicted from their homestead, and now they will look to defend their land in the mid lane here. But Sun King Karna has other things to say about it, getting so many free hits on the turn. You can just see how dangerous it is. Whenever Jorban is on your screen, you have to respect him. You gotta respect those hooks. If you get hit by one and Sun King Karna gets to jump onto you, you are in for a world of hurt.
Absolutely. I mean, Blitzcrank is, in my eyes, the big-time enchanter counter. He's been the highest Milio counter since Milio came out. Milio, of course, wants to sit back, provide his carries with shields, heals, and the range increase. But if Blitzcrank pulls you into his team, you're not going to get any of those benefits. So doing a good job, not only just because of hitting those hooks and getting some pressure in lane, but really just the mind pressure of knowing that that hook is up, knowing that you have to be ever conscious of that ability, that it stopped Fozzy and YN from maybe putting on as much pressure as they would have liked.
Yeah, and it's always, I feel, such a statement when you see the Blitzcrank get locked in, because you know for a fact a lot of eyes are going to be on you if you can hit those hooks. Because honestly, as a Blitzcrank, if you miss your hooks, you're kind of you kind of don't exist. You're kind of a minion, right? You're just a walk-in HP bar. Your ult silence, definitely nice, but you know, if you have to run into the enemy team to actually use your ult, you're probably doing something wrong. But if you can hit those hooks, they can be so crucial, so detrimental to the other side. And we have been seeing that whenever those hooks do land, a lot of times Sacramento is able to find a little bit of something, right? We saw it in that bot lane. They were able to catch out YN, but so just see a little more from them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a Blitzcrank can solo win games or make games feel unwinnable. And that is on the side of Jorban. He's got to prove that he can land these hooks in these crucial moments, as the Herald will finally be spawned up here in the mid lane, but it will be a pure 3v3. It is low enough to knock it down, but it's got a ways to go before it makes it there.
Yeah, probably was just a timer. All right, about to run out, just place it, see what we can get. Unfortunately, though, they're not going to be able to find any sort of tower damage coming out from it. Quite unfortunate. A little surprised that they opted to just kind of back off from it. I thought for sure they would look to kind of shove it on in, but they're going to go ahead, just pay some respects. No need to try and force anything. No need to give any gold on over, and I can respect the safe approach, especially when you are not really that far ahead. It's fairly equalized at the moment, right? But things have been looking good for you. No need to screw things up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sacramento State Gold has got themselves into this gold advantage just by taking the standing gold of those two tier 1s, and especially those going over to the Jinx makes it tough. Hook goes a little wide. Fozzy in some trouble, but now with this Hextech Drake up, we can see both sides resetting. Raiden has TP, and Tidal has already made his way down here. It looks like we might be getting a 5v5 for this Hextech Drake.
We might. Looking at Jorban once again. Find some kind of a hook, get some kind of an early pick here. Raiden is still on the way, does have TP, but for now he's gonna have to walk down a foot. Neither team wants to start the dragon up just yet. Oh, Jorban's waiting, and nice little one in the bush there, though. Gonna make sure that it has to force him to walk away. And now with that, Cougar's able to insert control here. They're gonna find Cheese Buff. Quite a bit of damage comes through. It's a death roam. They go. Fozzy goes in deep though, but you're not that guy, and down he goes. They are going to trade as they find Sun King Karma. Cheese Buff on top of Carbonetics. They're looking to chase him on down, and Arnak's looking for him. The skies will descend. And Arnak, with the breath of life, is looking for more damage, but he just doesn't have what he needs. He found YN, but that's about all he's going to find. Carbonetics in the 1v1 with Titles just barely escapes, and Raiden is able to bail him out. Arnak in the 1v1 with the barrels, but the barrels is just bullying him at this point. There's no escape, but the meat tastes better when scared, so he's going to go ahead and let Arnak live to tell the tale. They've got a more important date with the drag.
Carbonetics, I was initially questioning, I didn't talk about it on broadcast, but he took the phase rush as his keystone, and I was wondering, is this what you want to go? Do you want to maybe punish the Azul in lane a bit with something like Airy or something like the Comet? But the phase rush is the only reason that he lives. He manages to get away. He gets the movement speed from the Q, gets the phase rush proc, makes his way away from the Garen, and his Camille is able to come in and sweep him up. A masterful team fight from Skyline. They lose a couple members in the process, but they get a ton of gold on the Raiden, who just finished a full Ravenous Hydra.
That's what we call a calculated decision in the industry, Paladino. It has paid its dividends. It keeps him alive. He continues to stay deathless. 3-0-6 has the Shadow Flame picked up now as well, which is going to help him out a ton against the likes of Cheese Buff, against the likes of Arnak, as well as Jorben. All of them having those shields, whether built in or through items, going to allow him to cut through them so much easier. As for now, things are still looking the Cougars' way. The gold is still shifted into the favor of Sacramento there. We still got to look for these turrets, but from what we're seeing when it comes to these team fights, it definitely does look like Cougars still stand a chance.
Yeah, these turrets need to be the objectives of the Cougars. You can see right now Sacramento committing a lot of members here in the top side, but the Barrels is here to defend as well. This is the last tier 1 still up for Skyline, so I imagine that's the reason they've got plenty of members down here. Carbonetics maybe looking for something onto Arnak.
Oh, finds a stun. This could be huge for him. The skies will descend, but will not find the mark. Carbonetics is going to stay alive, but the amount of damage that's coming out from absolutely a huge. Arnak just doesn't want him to get that tier 1. We talked about how important these turrets are going to be, and we're starting to see just the wave control that comes through from it. So look at that. He just places the singularity. He can just walk away out of harm's way, and he's fine, safe, and dandy. And Carbonetics can do nothing but back off, right? You don't want to stay too long. You don't want reinforcements to arrive as well. Oh, he's being cheeky. He's pretending like he's leaving. He's coming back. He wants that turret.
Yeah, easily the most overpowered part, in my opinion, of New Azul. Holding waves like this provides so much strength. It makes it so difficult to take these tier 1s, right? Could be in some trouble.
Has a passive shield, so it's going to force Touted to back off. Jorben was there as well, but they've done this before. Didn't work out for them last time, and they know it won't this time either. So instead, just going to look to clear out some vision here. Continue to hold this top lane. A lot of DC still coming through as Sun King Karma. As DC should be back any moment, though. Yeah, League servers trolling us a little bit. Okay, we do have a bit of a pause coming through. I'm sure we'll get word in a moment if it's going to be longer. Okay, well, I mean, we're swapping scenes, so it might be a little bit longer here. But now we need to talk strategy. All right, Paladino, if we are Skyline, there's a lot on the table for them, right? The nerves are definitely there. You're going up against seed number 2 in your division in the Pacific Frontier, right? There's a lot on the line. You want to get game 1 so you have that safety for the next upcoming 2 games. What do we got to do? Because it's despite all our efforts, right? Despite all these team fights going their way, they're still down in goal, and somehow they're not able to break through these turrets.
Yeah, I think what I want to see Skyline do is a similar action to what they did at that last team fight, and it's something that I really didn't expect, and I don't think most people would. When you have a 7 seed against a 2 seed, when you have that big number difference, when you look at the score lines of that regular season, Sacramento State only dropping 1 game, Skyline going 3-6. You might not expect them to be as aggressive, maybe be a little bit more timid when it comes to taking these fights, but as soon as it was a 5v5 on that dragon, you saw the Barrels immediately go in very, very aggressive and just make an absolutely fantastic play, making sure that his team has the ability to go in, take these aggressive team fights, and win them. And I think that by continuing to take these fights, that's how they can secure themselves the eventual gold lead and hopefully, for their sake, game number 1 victory.
Absolutely so here, Raiden. Still going to do exactly that once this tier 1 gone, but it's lacking the damage. Still needs a little bit more. All of these tier 1s are getting lower by the minute, but Cougars have yet to find the angle to take them out. The speed up is going to come through from this mid lane. Cheese Buff was looking. He was fishing, but comes up empty-handed. Regardless, though, you see the amount of respect that's put on top of him, though. Once again, the mid laners are going to look to duke it out. The sky's descend, but it's not going to find the mark once again. The Chaos Storm is just free firing onto Arnak here. Seraph's Embrace shield is going to get popped, and now reinforcements have arrived. The Breath of Light, the Cosmic Creator, is the Cosmic Destructor as well in the top lane. Tidal going up against Raiden, but the Precision Protocol goes for the throat and takes Tidal out.
There's the benefit of the matchup. Camille always outscales the Garen, got the tier 1, gets the solo kill, and along with that, Skyline gets the mid tier 1 as well. They do lose a shutdown. Carbonetics will fall to Arnak's A-Soul. That doesn't feel great considering this is such a scaling heavy champ, but regardless, you get a lot of the standing gold. You make things now in your favor, up a little bit over 1k gold here, and now, maybe not the state you'd love, because you don't love that Carbonetics did fall down there in the bot lane, but you got a lot of standing gold. You got a solo kill on your Camille once again. You know that 1v1 in isolation is always going to favor Raiden, especially now with a level lead. Things are looking better for Skyline, but they do need to keep up the pressure on these Drakes. Hextech Soul is, in my opinion, the most oppressive in the game. Whichever team gets this really propels themselves to a potential victory screen. I imagine we'll see both sides continue to fight for it.
Definitely so. And I mean, just with the champs that are on the Rift itself, right, both these teams are going to benefit heavily from that Hextech Soul, right? Both these teams are looking for those slows to come out so that they can stick on to these targets. So ultimately, it is definitely going to be a fight. Tooth, nail, blood, sweat, and tears for every single one of these drags. Sacramento State picking up that initial second drag and definitely bought them a bit of that extra time. You relieve some of that pressure. Otherwise, obviously, you know, UH would have been at 3 drags already. But, I mean, look at that. They have complete control of the river. The Cougars are going to opt to just give this drag on over. It's all good. The drags are equalized up. The missile comes out here to, not sure if he was looking for like a steal or something. It was a bit late if he was looking for that. Oh, he might have just been stopping the backs.
Yeah, stopping
His
recalls.
rain. Okay, stopping the ports. Stopping the backs from coming through his riding. He's able to just push through that top lane, grabs the tier 3, and finally we are seeing these turrets fall, Paladino.
Yeah, he grabs tier 2 and tier 3. I know I just talked about not wanting to give Drakes, but you can afford to give 2 if you're getting 2 turrets on the side lane, especially that tier 2. I mean, the tier 3 as well, but tier 2s in bot and top lane give so much gold. Raiden is incredibly accelerated right now on this Camille, and he can continue to push and maybe potentially change his focus down into the bot lane as this tier 1 will fall as well. Carbonetics finally claims his prize. They're looking for something potentially, but too many slows coming down from the side of Skyline mean that they can just walk on out and grab that tier 1.
Absolutely so here. Raiden, just doing Raiden things. He's still in that top side. He's got to be very careful, and he knows that obviously if you don't have vision on any of the members of Sacramento, it's very dangerous to be this deep in enemy territory, and he is in their base. He's looking for that inhibitor, but not quite going to find it. But regardless, just the amount of pressure that he is able to apply, always forcing one of the members of Sacramento State come and answer. Could be huge for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's lots of options now here for the side of Skyline. We talked about the hyperscaling mid laner and the AD carry. Wyint has had some trouble facing off against Cheese Buff in the Realm of Death in the most of these team fights, but Carbonetic has had a really good game, and especially with that last team fight they did take, Raiden got very, very accelerated, but now Jordan not able to find the hook. This is 3 items on this Camille, though. If he's able to single out any of these targets, isolate them in that Hextech ultimatum, it's going to look pretty good for the side of Skyline. It's just a matter of being able to pilot these team fights, especially now that Arnak is 3 items with 2 needlessly large rods, approaching death cap on this Aurelion Soul, level 18 as well. He is reaching the point of the late game that we talked about being worrisome for the side of Skyline.
Boy, so here is this Baron gonna get started up with Arnak. Look at that consistent DPS. He can pump out Sunken Karna as well. The rocket comes in, but it's not quite gonna find the seal. Just a little bit too late. And so now the Baron is going over to Sacramento State. Despite how bad things were looking for them early on, they are not going down without a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, and that's just Aurelion Soul. Level 18, 3 items, probably has death cap after claiming this top tier 1 as well. Once you hit level 9, you can just breathe fire effectively, infinitely. He does just that on the Baron and secures that one for the side of Sacramento State. It is important. None of the waves are super good for them, except for that big top wave, which Arnak is leaving right now. So it's a matter of how much they can claim off of this Baron buff, but I don't believe they'll have it for this next Drake spawn in about 2 minutes. But we'll see how the gold lead swings, as we're really pretty much dead even here at 32 minutes.
We are. Things were looking so great for the Cougars early on. It's crazy to see that Sacramento has been just holding on here by the skin of their teeth. They've been finding the angles. More importantly, they've been finding the gold in these turrets that they've had to claim, and now they're going to look to find Raiden as well here. The hook shot comes out, but the hook grabs him, and the Demacia Justice once again deems Raiden unworthy of living, takes him out, and now they're looking for this tier 2 in the bot lane as well. Nothing Int and Fawzi can do but watch as it goes down. They do not want to be caught out here. The Desert Grasp, so close. Doesn't quite find Fawzi, but regardless, that's a huge pick, and that's just more gold going to the pockets of Sacramento State.
Yeah, that pick is what gives them the ability to continue pushing across all 3 lanes. You can see Arnak at the bottom of your screen pushing into that top tier 2. He probably gets it as well. He will. So every single top tier 2 claimed on this one push by the side of Sacramento State Gold. And now they have all the pressure and the vision control in that bot side jungle for what will be soul point for either side. They're going to play for this turret here first, and they'll grab it. They will not get the inhib, but the inhib turret doing much of the work as well. This Drake is really, really hard to contest now for the side of Skyline. They're going to have to keep just farming up these waves. It is only soul point and not soul, but still not a sight you want to see if you're the Cougars.
Yeah, it would be pretty rough to give on over, and Int already just utilized his Super Mega Death Rocket, so that's not going to be available to look for the steal. It's coming up pretty soon, but I would have to imagine that Sacramento State can just burst that dragon down incredibly quickly. So if they do want to go for the steal, they would have to go there in person. Yeah, look at that drag. It literally just spawned, and it's gone. Like 3-4 seconds, and it is just out for the count, and that is going to put Sacramento State Gold on to soul point. They're going to need one more drag to have the Hextech soul. And now they're looking for kills as well. Raiden, the 2v1 at the moment. The skies will descend using the Hextech ultimatum, but he's not going to find any respite. So much damage coming through, but they're actually able to turn the tides, and Arnak is going to go down. Fawzi is there to help his boy out, keep him alive. Not sure I can say the same for the barrels, though, because he has nowhere to go. Down he goes in return, entitled. They get a little bit of damage there, but ultimately just going to go 1 for 1.
1 for 1, but it's 1k to the Camille. Camille, a good answer into the Aurelion Soul. Lock him into a box and force him, to just face that melee combat against a Camille is incredibly strong. You can see now Raiden also picking up the stopwatch. Void Staff is being worked on by Arnak. Does not have that full item yet, but Raiden potentially going in for some trading, but taking a lot of damage.
I was about to say, my boy must be enjoying the gray screen there, because he just came back to life and almost gets put back down into the dirt, but gonna be okay. The Hex Drinker giving him the shield, giving him the sustain that he needs to stay alive. But regardless, I mean, you could just see the amount of damage coming out from Sun King Karna. There is no joke.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sun King Karna has reached the point, level 16 now, has the increased range, has got 4 items as well. Not particularly heavy damage, doesn't have something like a Bloodthirster or the LDR just yet, but still, Kraken Slayer IE is enough with that damage. Of course, and the range increase, hitting level 16 on the Tristana means that he's going to be doing a ton of work. He can really hit whatever person he wants. He can hit frontline, he can dive onto your backline. He's going to do a ton of damage, and proving that now. The CS, really the big difference maker here between these two AD carries. You can see that Int on his 3rd item, but really not even close to the 4th. Has the QSS if he wants to go into the QSS item, but does not feel particularly good, especially when so many members on the side of Sacramento State Gold are so tanky. You have a Garen, you have a tank Mordekaiser, you have a Blitzcrank with Thornmail. If you don't have LDR, this Jinx really isn't going to be able to hurt anyone in this front line, but needs a ton more gold to reach that point.
Indeed, well possible. Here's some gold influx for them. Yeah, Jordan. He's going to have to go ahead and flash on over the wall. Let's have Hex Flash, so it's not the biggest loss in the world. And now they start
the Asol.
chase. Oh my god, the Asol flank of the Sentry coming through. Fawzi gets stunned up, and they're looking to put him down. Down he goes. They will lose Jordan in the process, however, but it's a small price to pay. Meanwhile, Carbonetics and Cheese Buff are in the death room at the moment. They've come out now, and Arnak is there to pick up the pieces. The breath of life, sending him into eternal darkness.
Yeah, the level 18 Asol, the flying dragon. They wanted to make sure he fit that thematic when they changed him, and they certainly did. He comes right over the wall. The skies descend on top of Skyline, and they just do not win that team fight. It looked okay for a second, but now might find something onto Arnak, but he does have Flash.
Might have stayed a little bit too along there, drops the singularity. The slow does come through. Sun King Karma is here as well with the flag, with the heal, trying to keep him alive. And the bomb is going to blow on, but it will not be enough to save Arnak. YNT in the thick of things, down he goes. Barrows will find 2 kills, but now he's in the 1v1 with Cheese Buff. He has got to dip, and he knows it. And Titles will begin to continue the chase here, looking for him. He is not going to let this guy go. Slow does come through there from the saplings. That should be enough. Hit him with the Timo emote, and it is time to dip. Fozzie's on the way as well. Flash forward, though he wants him badly. The Strideberger Slow was there as well, but this is not going to be enough. Barrel's a bit too tanky, and he will survive the hunt.
Yeah, no Flash now on this Garen means your backline stays a little bit safer. Not a ton, but at least marginally for the next couple of minutes. But this Soul Point is spawning in 50 seconds. Soul Point for the side of Sacramento State Gold. If you're Skyline, you really want to contest this one. If you can, they will have plenty of time on both Y-Ins and Raiden, who are respawning now. They need to try and get in and gain vision control, but they're not going to find it just yet. You can see Fozzie on the top side of the map trying to make sure they don't sneak a Baron instead. So they do drop a pink ward down there, but need to try and reclaim. You do have a Maokai who can permanently drop saplings, but they might go for a pick on a Jorban right away.
Yeah, you've got a mispositioned Jorban as well. Looks for the hook,
big.
And that's all he's going to find. Down he goes. That is big indeed. Now they secure themselves a number advantage. They've got the pink on the Baron as well to make sure no one is looking to sneak that up. But yep, there they go. Movement's coming through. And Carbonetics knows no one's showing themselves in this river. They must be going up top, and they are going to be spotted out, starting up this Baron, and they are going to be free firing on it. I don't think anyone's going to make it there in time, so they will be able to get the Dragon, but they will lose the Baron. A great call from Sacramento State.
Yeah, as long as you don't lose the game in 3 minutes with this Baron buff on the side of Sacramento State Gold, it's an okay trade for Skyline. That third Hextech Drake is permanent. The Baron is temporary. They're going to try and play for this tower as well. They will grab that. Again, all the waves are okay for the side of Skyline. You can see it's pushing top. Bot lane is pushing in the favor of Sacramento State Gold, so might be tough to balance there, but they grab the third Drake. Now both teams on Soul Point, and they grab some more gold as well, picking up that top lane, or excuse me, the mid lane tier 2. They are still down a decent deficit here at the 40-minute mark, and this is a really good spot for Asoul. He is 5 items. He is pretty tanky with the Rod of Ages at 10 stacks and the Seraphs with the Lifeline passive as well, but does not have Zanya's. Really important into the Maokai and the Camille, but now Carbonetics in the barrels might be in some trouble.
I hope that grump was worth it. Carbonetic is going to get jumped on by 3 members. Goes gold. Looking to buy time. Barrels and Fozzie are here, but it's just not going to be enough. Sun King Karna claims another victim. YNT gets crushed by the weight of a star. Let's drop it down from Arnak. That's 2 members off the board, and now the siege continues from Sacramento State Gold. Titled, looking to do as much damage as possible as he moves on forward, free firing onto the barrels, and Sun King Karna just blows him up, and the Tristana damage is not ending anytime soon. Paladino, because they're looking for the turrets. Nice precision protocol, but that's only Jorban, and he will gladly give his life for the rest of his team to continue doing damage. They find another turret, they can free fire on the Nexus, and somehow, some way, Sacramento State Gold are able to claw their way to victory in a 41-minute game 1.
Well, first and foremost, I would like to formally apologize to Skyline. I did, in fact, say if you don't lose the game in the next 3 minutes, it's a good trade. Unfortunately, they lost the game in the next 3 minutes. So unlucky, the Baron gets absolutely melted, and they take that push, get a good pick. Unfortunately, the Victor and the Maokai just out of position, and they turned the tide. It looked really good. Their early game looked really, really clean, but things just get turned around. And, I mean, we talked about it even in draft all those many minutes ago, that the Aurelion Soul has the infinite scaling, and scale infinitely he did. Just too much damage out of the mid lane. I imagine that's something we will not see on the table in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, you read my mind. That was about to be what I was going to ask you. Right? Does this warrant an Asoul ban? And I think we could both agree it kind of does. Or at least if you get the slide swap, maybe try and steal it away. That could be an option as well. But it also just felt like there was so much beef to try and chew through for the side of the Cougars, right? And so Sun King Karna was just able to free fire, to his heart's content. And you could see the bomb damage towards the end there as well. That was Barrels, who was one of the tankiest members of the Cougars. He got snapped out of existence. He was out. He wasn't there anymore. It was absolutely insane. And it's crazy to see that it looked like it was gonna just all be over for them early game, right? It was looking so good for the Cougars, but no, they were incredibly persistent. They made sure they had all the angles covered, and they just slowly but surely worked their way into the base and worked their way to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think if you're Skyline, one of the things you can look at from game number 1 is you had it really, really good early on, where Int on the Jinx got far ahead. He had 3 kills, but they just were not able to protect him enough. That's one of the benefits of that Mordekaiser pick, just taking one of your carries out of the fight. And because of that, I mean, we didn't even really talk about the side of Sacramento State. They had incredibly tanky members as well. It's really hard to get through a 2-item with a Thornmail Blitzcrank, a tank jungler on the Mordekaiser, effectively a tank bruiser on the Garen with so many resistances that if your Jinx doesn't have something like an LDR, even just the Kraken Slayer Infinity Edge is not enough damage, and he's just dying too quickly to do anything to the front line or the back line thereof of the side of Sacramento State Gold. So I think there's lots of individual pieces you can look at if you're Skyline, but you know that you can hang in there with Sacramento State. You had a really good early game. You had a couple mistakes that you can fix, maybe some changes in draft as well to potentially bring us to a game number 3.
Definitely so here. They did not slouch in game number 1. Skyline has showed that they are here for a reason. A couple things they have to clean up. I'm sure we'll get time to touch on those when we get into the draft for the next game. But for now, I'm going to throw it to a quick break as these teams fresh and ready up for game number 2. We will be right back. And we are back. Game 1 is in the books, and Sacramento State Gold is looking to move on to the semifinals and leave the Cougars in the dust. But if Game 1 was any indication, Palladino, the Cougars definitely got some fight in them.
Absolutely. I mean, I talked about it when we were in the early game at the 14-minute mark, that it didn't look like a 2 versus 7. Skyline looked really, really competitive. They were winning in the early game. They just had a couple things not go their way, had some lost team fights, lost control of some objectives. And then, of course, the Aurelian Soul scaled into oblivion as we expected. But we've got the draft already finished up for game number 2 in the third party. Won't spoil anything, obviously. I can let you know we will see some changes, but I imagine there will be no A-Soul for game number 2.
Yeah, that definitely felt like one of the big things that had to be taken out, because it hurt. It definitely hurt if you were on the receiving end of the A-Soul. We mentioned that this might not be the kind of comp that you want to take into the very late game if you're on the side of the Cougars. Unfortunately, they did exactly that, right? I think it was a 41-minute game, something along those lines, and we saw exactly that, right? The A-Soul hurt so bad. The Tristana hurt so bad as well, and just felt like the answers that were there for the side of the Cougars just weren't quite enough, right? I mean, the Camille looked pretty damn good, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't quite enough.
No, I mean, he soaked pressure really, really well on the top side with that Camille. Got a lot of work done, in the side lanes as well, getting towers, pushing objectives, but Camille not a fantastic team fighter, and so things just were not able to go their way. But we got the first round of bans coming in now. Lots of familiar faces with the Gragas and the Draven taken off by Sacramento State, and of course, we will now see the Aurelian Soul on the ban list for Skyline.
No real surprise. Gotta give respect where respect is due and get that on out of there. They do not want to see that. Other than that, the ban's looking fairly stock standard in comparison to game number 1, but already we're seeing our first change, the Cassante. And you mentioned this, Palladino, when we were looking at the draft earlier. We were quite surprised that the Cassante was picked up when we kind of know that Titled likes dabbling in the Garen there a little bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. This was blinded on R4. The first ever Garen played in the LCS was this split as a counter pick into Cassante, because as many of you know, Garen, when he presses R, it's based on missing percent HP and does a ton of true damage, and Cassante, when he presses R, loses a bunch of health. So it's a perfect matchup for Garen. It's the reason it's been picked in competitive, and it's the reason it's been picked here today. So Raiden testing his luck a bit on the Cassante, a very exciting champ to watch, very high skill cap, but it's a difficult matchup, especially after level 6. If Garen has ult up and you press R on Cassante, that's almost always going to be a 1v1 that you lose.
Oh yeah, running back, cheese buff on the Mordekaiser jungle as well, but on the flip side, Skyline are taking a whole new approach to game number 2. They got the Jarvan locked in, they got Carbonetics on the Rumble as well. I just want to get into the bot lane because it's when things are going to get real spicy. But looking at the bans, nice to see that Sacramento State Gold have to give some respect to the victor. It was looking pretty damn good in game number 1. They're like, you know what? I was looking a little bit too good. Let's get that on out of here.
Yeah, I think it's a great ban as well. I can let you know this Rumble was picked on R5. They held this counter pick into the Cassiopeia, which was picked on B5. So that's what they feel strong with Carbonetics there in the mid lane. Had a pretty good lane against Arnax A-Soul game number 1. Of course, just kind of got outscaled by the Dragon, but hoping to test the luck here with the Rumble. We talked about the bot lanes finishing out now. They've swapped, essentially. Sacramento State Gold, they take the Jinx Milio. This time it was Milio on B1 for them. And Skyline responding with a bot lane combo that is the tale of the lovers. Of course, Xayah and Rakan, been incredibly prevalent recently, have faced some nerfs to both champs individually, but still very, very strong, especially when paired together.
Yeah, and not only do I feel is it kind of a statement saying, hey, we're going to take away your picks. We're going to show you how to play Jinx Milio. But the Milio being B1 as well just shows how much priority they placed on actually picking it up, right? And they were like, listen, we want it. We're going to get it. Are you surprised at all that the Cougars didn't opt for a side swap? Because I kind of feel like I kind of expect them to maybe want to go on blue.
Yeah, I really did expect it as well. I think blue side's been the choice of many teams across all regions, across all levels of competitive play. I think there's so many power picks in the game right now that blue side is almost always going to be the point of strength, but they decide to stay on red side. I don't hate the choice just because things did look pretty good early on for them, and it's just a couple things you need to change up, especially in that draft phase, taking off the super hard scaling, at least in the mid lane. They do just that. Now it's a Cassiopeia, very, very different type of champ for Arnak there in the mid lane, but you handed over your hyper scaling AD carry. Now they get the Jinx. Jinx, of course, incredibly strong right now as well, and when paired up with Emilio, if you have an easy laning phase, if you're not incredibly far behind, it makes things difficult. This champ can scale so well with bonus range, with bonus damage as well. The bot lane is certainly something I'm going to keep my eye on here for game number 2.
Definitely. So also, I want to say I like the Cassiopeia pick, but I hate Cassiopeia. That's like miasma is the bane of my existence. But I feel it was such a good pickup when you initially, obviously, see Skyline picks up the Bracan, they pick up the Jarvan, they pick up the Cassante. That miasma, man, if it's placed correctly, it is going to make Skyline have such a terrible life in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Miasma is incredibly strong into the hypermobility that Skyline has drafted. I mean, you already mentioned it. The 3 champs with dashes are going to have a really tough time playing. I think the only way it could have been even more tough is if they did something like flex the Mordekaiser top and pick Poppy, but we don't have that here in game number 2. It'll instead be the Garen, but Cassiopeia does really well into champs coming into her, especially when you have the innate tankiness that you get already, but of course with the Rod of Ages and the Seraph's Embrace with that new Lifeline passive, it's really good. If you can survive the initial burst, that attack damage, the amount of damage you can do with the Q, with the Twin Fangs as well is really high, especially when you get to 2 or 3 items, but we'll have to see how things play out as well. I mean, if you're Sacramento State Gold, I think your team fights are really, in my eyes, pretty easy to accomplish. You have the front line of the Mordekaiser, of the Garen. You have your carries in the back line, Jinx and the Cassiopeia, who want to hit whoever they can, and you have the Milio to buff everyone up as well, whereas Skyline has some more engage and some more AoE tools as well with the Rumble and the Xayah, but it'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to how these two teams will face off against one another.
Yeah, and I think a really good adaptation that I like coming out from Skyline, from the Cougars, right, is the J4 pickup for the Barrels, because honestly, I really liked what I saw in game number 1 on the Maokai. He found some really good angles, but it felt like he was just on a champ where you kind of want to get to that level 6 when you're really unlocked, when your gank potential really becomes strong. And they said, screw it. Let's give him something that he can get agency with early on. Let's give him the J4. He can make level 3 shenanigans happen if he so pleases. He can look for dives if he so pleases and do a lot of damage, not just be a tank. So I'm really curious to see how the Barrels is going to look to pilot the J4.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think this champ is incredibly strong, especially after those W buffs he got a couple patches ago. Did get nerfed a slight bit today, but not a ton. He lost some attack damage growth and lost 10 damage per level on his Q. Really nothing too noteworthy to point out for the Jarvan. He's always going to have the strength of those level 2 ganks, of those level 3 ganks, and that's what I'm really looking for them to do. If you're Skyline, if you're the Barrels, you're picking Jarvan, I need to see you have some action across the map. Whatever lane it is, that's your choice. But I kind of go along the same adage that many do, that if you're picking something like a Jarvan, if you're 0-0-0 at 15 minutes, you're doing something wrong. We need to see some action here out of the Barrels, and I'm sure we will, just based off how he played on that Maokai in game number 1.
Definitely. So I gotta ask you, Palladino, cheese buff on the Mordekaiser. This time around, it's an enemy Cassante in the top lane. Maybe a bit less mobility in comparison to the Camille that we saw in game number 1. Does he finally catch the top lane this time around? Does he finally get that kill that I feel like he's going to be gunning for once again if game 1 was any indication? Does he finally get to catch Raiden?
He can certainly try, but just thinking about it now,
that's not good.
I don't think I've seen the interaction before, but just what I imagine it's a reaction speed test, but I believe Raiden can cancel Mordekaiser ult with W because he goes unstoppable. I think he can. He should be able to, just because that's how most unstoppable interactions work with the Realm of Death, but it is easier. Raiden does still have 2 dashes. He's not relying on hitting the wall like Camille is, and he has the Ghost, which is always going to be a lower cooldown than the side of the Flash that we saw, or we didn't even see on the Camille. But if I have, any inclination, I imagine we'll see Cheese Buff still in the top lane. It is a switch up of runes here for the Garen. This is more knowledge I've gained from my Garen one-trick friend. I know if you're in a winning matchup, you can go Ignite, you can go Conquer. If you're in a losing one, you go Ghost, you go Phase Rush. So Titled thinks that he's got the winning matchup, like we've already talked about. He's got the Ignite. He wants to have the kill pressure with the Conquer as well.
Yeah, quite the statement coming out this time around. Raiden. It feels like he's playing a little bit safer here with the Ghost as well, but we shall have to wait and see. Both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map here. His barrels. Oh, he's level 2.
Very aggressive.
He's looking for something already. Aggressive in the bot lane as well. They did drop the exhaust already onto White, they're going to look to possibly run him down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the barrels heard you, Paladino. He's not going 0-0-0 at 15. He's not going to find a pick. That's a lot of damage already onto the mid lane here. Arnak already brought down to half health. He's going to have to pop his first pot.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping for. Unfortunate that you don't get something like the Flash to come out, but forcing the popping of the health pot, making that HP go down is going to help out the Rumble. This is what I was hoping to see. Flash forward.
The barrel, flash forward, finds the knock. Won't find the knock, but actually, huge shield coming through from Jordan. And first blood. Jordan says, I don't need a hook champ to perform. It was a valiant effort coming through from the barrels. I really liked what I saw, but unfortunately, the execution just not quite there.
Yeah, I'd have to look back and see exactly what happened, but the knockup from the Jarvan didn't go through. I don't know what he got canceled by because Jordan was level 1, so it wasn't Milio that canceled him. I don't know if he placed the flag too short, but not able to find it. Very aggressive, and I like it from YN and Fozzy, but just does not go their way here early on. And now the Barrels is really far behind. He has cleared 1 camp in 3 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. Good adaptation to see. Fortunately that it did not work out, but you can't let that get to you. Definitely sucks, but it is what it is. Look for a new opportunity to make things happen. Can't let it get you down. Mental's huge this time around when your backs are up against the wall. Nerves are at an all-time high. You gotta win 2 games back to back if you want to stay in this, if you want to move on to the semifinals, while Sacramento State Gold are chilling. They're living life easy right now. They only have to pick up 1 more win. They can afford to fumble this game. Obviously, they are not going to just give it on over. They're definitely going to try their hardest, and if game 1 was any indication, their hardest definitely suffices.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're not going to go down without a fight. You can see Cheese Buff helping out his mid laner, and now Carbonetics potentially in trouble, but will survive. But Arnak is going to have a lot of trouble pushing out this wave. He's a Cassiopeia with no mana. Nice engage from Fozzy.
Yeah, could be huge. A lot of damage coming down. Jordan with the cozy campfire and the shields. Just barely staying alive. That guy has definitely got revitalized. He's got that plus 5% heal and shield power. That's keeping him alive every day of the week.
Yeah, unfortunate for the side of the Cougars. And now Cheese Buff is here. And no sums, but misses out on the E.
Brutal, and that's what we're talking about, right? It just feels so rough if there's no initial setup. If you don't land the Nether Grasp, it's just all over. Gank-wise, not going to find anything. It's a little bit of a spook factor coming through. Barrels is on his way down once again, though. Maybe he looks for something here. He wants a little bit of redemption of what happened last time around, but unfortunately, the vision game from Sacramento Gold just too strong. They're going to see him coming.
Yeah, they know that the Barrels is going to have his eyes on this bottom lane, and they point him out well, so they're not in any danger here just yet. Lots of trading here in the top lane, but not going to find anything lethal yet. But the Barrels is still here.
He's back. He is waiting. He's got a vengeance. A flash from the Jordan, though. He's going to make sure that he doesn't get knocked up. But so much damage, and Int is going to go down. Fozzy will go down in return as well. Sun King Karna is taking out so much damage. And once again, the gank just does not work out in their favor. 3 kills going on over to Sacramento State Gold. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, Cheese Buff knows that the Barrels is going to continue coming to the bottom lane, so he just hangs out there with his AD carry, with his support, and no one falls. It's unfortunate that a lot of the kills have gone over to Jorban, but that does mean this Milio is a little bit more accelerated than normal. So already got those tier 2 boots working towards what I imagine will be the Shirelias or the Moonstone, really dealer's choice if you're the Milio, but not going their way. You have this Jarvan early game pick, and it's just not going their favor. It's not all doom and gloom just yet, but they are at a very early deficit here in game number 2.
Yeah, funnily enough, 2 of those kills going on over to Jordan here, 2-0 at the moment. Maybe he's the APC now. Maybe we see a little quick swap coming through, but regardless, that's still a lot of gold going into this bot lane's hands. 1 kill on over to Sun King Karna as well, and 1 king to Cheese Buff. They are enjoying that themselves. If game 1, they were saying, okay, we're going to take it, you know, we're going to go the whole 8 miles. This time around, they're saying, we're finishing this thing quick. We got things to do. We got to eat dinner, man. Let's finish this up.
Yeah, some more aggressive trading, and I like the angles that Fozzie is able to find here on this Rakan. It's just not able to find that lethal damage. So much shield power, especially now coming out from Jorban on the Milio, makes it difficult to find that lethal damage, but the engage angles are good and could potentially provide some more utility here in the late game. But now level 6 is reached across all of our solo lanes. Raiden uses the all out.
Yeah, doesn't quite get into the turret range there, but does have a lot of health on top of Tidal. And ooh, but the Demacian Judgment with the Ignite does a lot of damage, forces Raiden to back off, and now he's the one on the run. He did indeed. Like you mentioned it, right? If you're in that winning matchup, you go Conquer, you go Ignite, and you do so much damage. And so Tidal stable, stay in control of the lane here with the passive heals up so much. Close call.
Yeah, I think Raiden only lived because he leveled up off of the creep's death, got to level 7, did not fall to that Ignite. Some heavy trading here in the mid lane, but always seems to be going in favor of Carbonetics. You do get both summoners out of Titled here, so no flash, no ignite, no ult, but like you said, Cheese Buff now into the top lane. He's got his jungler behind him, but he's at a level disadvantage, so will be tough. He's forced to give up this whole wave and a plate to the Garen.
No health, no jungle pressure either, has to back off. Give free plates on over to Tidal there. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Carbonetics was looking for the kill, doesn't quite find the burn, however, but is able to force Arnak off of the turret. Now Barrels might be looking for the dive here. Things haven't been working out for him so far. Let's see, finally, he can make something happen. Actually, opted for the recall here. He's going to get spotted out by Cheese Buff. Is able to flag and drag on out of there. Isn't level 6 just yet, so he does not want to face off against Cheese Buff here. Gonna head mid lane. He's got backup with Carbonetics, and so he should be safe.
The mid lane not telling an entirely true story as Fonzie going in here on Jorban, but level 6 on the Milio means it's hard to find anything, so that'll be the end of the trade, I believe. But the mid lane, the CS number is not really telling a full story. Carbonetics is down a decent bit, about a wave or so to Arnak, but every time we pan over there, he's doing such a good job with this counter matchup. But why not it? Looking for some more trading.
Yeah, got that lethal tempo, looking to stack it up. Feathers do quite a bit of damage, but fortunately, it just doesn't quite have the damage. He has to be incredibly careful here. But now, round 4, the Barrels, Cataclysm jumping on forward. Jordan has no flash to escape just yet, and so he's stuck in there. Huge damage, and the shutdown comes through. The exhaust gets dropped down, and a double kill for Wyant, and just like that, they're back in the game.
Yeah, that's huge. They absolutely needed both of those to go on the Xayah. If they don't, I mean, it's not horrible if you get both kills and maybe both don't go on the Xayah, but this is the ideal situation as now Wyant is stuck in the realm of death.
Cheese Buff is looking to take that gold right on back. He's got Wyant in the dimension, and down he goes. Cheese Buff claims one soul, looking for another, but Fozzie able to dash on away. Meanwhile, on the top side, just a bit of trades going down. Ultimately, though, Cheese Buff just says, yeah, all that you just accomplished, let me ruin your day.
Yeah, feels very bad if you're Wyant. I mean, you still get the gold, but you do miss out on quite a bit more. And now, for the side of Skyline, they also lose out on this Drake. Unfortunate for them. It's just a cloud, but that movement speed does feel pretty good if you're Sacramento State Gold. Does allow Wyant to get a little bit further ahead when it comes to those items. Of course, we did see Sun King Karna opt for those tier 2 boots early instead. It's just purely working toward the mythic for Wyant, so we'll have a little bit more damage, but not as fast coming out here if you're the Xayah. Looking good so far. You do only have the 2 kills, but allows you to even out the lane a little bit, at least here on the bot side for Skyline.
So here, now, gonna be a bit of a lull phase here. Herald is still up and available, but both of these top laners are just so boss out there. I don't think anyone's gonna be looking towards it. They've just been fighting it out, duking it out constantly. So instead, Barrels might look for something in the mid lane here. Petrifying Gaze is available, and it's going to find the stun, but there's so much damage coming through. And Carbonetics is going to go ahead and claim the kill.
Yeah, and that works because Carbonetics blew Arnak's flash solo the last time we panned down into the mid lane. So you just use the equalizer again and manage to get that kill. Fozzie makes it out. Uses the quickness as well for some bonus move speed, but no effective gank there for Cheese Buff. We're going to keep seeing a lot of trading here in the top lane, but I don't think we'll see lethal unless Raiden decides to use that all out once again.
Yeah. It does have that Demacian Judgment as well as the Ignite available, but a lot of HP, a lot of armies got to chew through, and Raiden is able to retreat to the safety of the turret there. Was looking for the shove under the turret, doesn't quite find it though. So it is just going to be a trading going down here. We can see Carbonetics already picking up. I think you're going for the rocket belt on the flip side. Our knack just has quite a knack for the Roa, dare I say, picking that up on the flip side here. So ultimately, we're seeing a lot of runbacks. Game number one. Same thing with Cheese Buff. You're picking up the Rylai's.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, favoring the scaling of something like the Rod of Ages is never going to hurt Wyant. Does take quite a bit of damage here. Has the Feather Storm available. Knockable land onto Jordan, but this Milio does have Flash.
Yep, the Chompers keeping Fozzie in a tricky spot. A lot of damage coming through. Sun King Karma. The Death Rocket comes out, but the flash from Fozzie is going to make sure that he is well out of harm's way. As Barrels looking for round 2 in this mid lane. Cataclysm comes down. Nowhere for Arnak to go. He's going to pull Carbonetics into the Death Realm and leave it up to the Barrels to find the kill. He will indeed. The tower shot comes through, and now Barrels has got to dip. Carbonetics in the 1v1 doesn't have the strength to make it happen, but he's able to get on out of there with a flash.
Yeah, I mean, Skyline's done a really good job. They're kind of equalizing what looked really, really bad in the early game. At one point, it was 5-0. Now 5-4. They grab a kill up in the mid lane. They both survive. Carbonetics does have to use the flash, but that is a cost he is willing to incur to survive and grab another kill on his lane opponent, Arnak. He's already got the Rod of Ages, but the stacking and the scaling, especially delaying something like that Seraph's Embrace, which provides so much value to the Cassiopeia, feels really, really nice for the side of Skyline.
Definitely so, and it also feels, I'm sure, real nice for the Barrels. Finally have some ganks that are working out in his favor right early on. It was always so close, but not quite. But now he's found the lane to make it happen, right? Mid lane, second time around, he sent it there, and it's worked out for him. Just talk over these trades because surely this isn't going to go anywhere. A flash from Title to make sure he doesn't get pushed towards the turret, and they're just going to handshake and say, yep, good fight. We'll come back in like 20 seconds and do it again.
Yeah, I think Title knows if he gets pushed in there and gets pushed too far away into that tower, he will fall. The benefit of the Garen into Cassante is when Cassante goes all out, but if he goes all out while you're underneath his tower and tanking, it's a lot harder to play, so Title forced to respect that here early on. Going to continue to trade and just force Raiden off of this wave, but takes a tower shot in the process.
Able to shield it up. Herald is going to get picked up finally by Cheese Buff. This time around, it was the Herald that they were going to wait to take. Last time around, it was the Dragon that we didn't see taking until like 12 minutes. This time around, the Herald will finally be picked up. So in the hands of Cheese Buff, we'll have to see where he looks to place it. Now, next drag is up in around 40 seconds. Assuming it's either going to be a Hex Tech or a Chem Tech, as the icon is still the same. We'll have to wait and see once it's up on the rip. You can already see the movement coming through from the Barrels. He wants to be there early. He wants this drag.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it will be that Hex Tech Drake, so potential for Chem Tech, Ocean, or Infernal. Here in this one. The first tower will go down. They did not use that Rift Herald. The Barrels
is back. He's back, baby. But Cheese Buff is on the way as well with a counter gank. They've got Sun King in a tricky spot. But with the Death Realm, finds another grasp, finds the Obliterate, finds the passive, and they should find Barrels here as well. So much for getting that dragon. Your smite is now gone.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think the Cheese Buff is doing a fantastic job of counter ganking here in the bot lane. The one time he wasn't here, they got double killed, but every other time it's gone their favor. The Barrels falls once again down in the bot side and securing them their second Drake of the game. They're able to stack this one up. They have the Rift Herald. as well. That is one thing that I find interesting from both of these teams. They're both in both games opting to grab these Rift Heralds really, really late. I think, I mean, in my opinion, I'm curious to know your thoughts on this as well. Rift Herald loses so much value if you're not able to claim it for plates. Hopefully, I think they should be able to get it for a full turret here. Their options now for tier 1s are mid or bot, but not grabbing them for plates for either side, I think feels like a bit of a misstep on both ends.
Yeah, because I've always felt like those drags are always better for scaling, while that Herald is great for pushing an advantage early on. Those plates, like you mentioned, that you can secure are absolutely huge if you're able to funnel it to your carries as well. As nice flash coming through here, almost finding that solo kill. Sunken Karma once again in a tricky spot, had to flash off forward, but now you have no flash to get out of the Cataclysm. You can free fire all you wanted. Actually, he's still able to claim a kill, and he's running.
Oh my gosh,
he's running.
still
Surely
alive?
he doesn't get out. Okay, Barrels gonna find the flag, minus the drag, but still finds the kill. Meanwhile, Cheese Buff into Carbonetics here in the 1v1. Turn that into a 3v1 here. Down Cheese Buff goes, and Jordan can do nothing but watch.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the side of Sacramento State Gold. Fozzie does pick up the big shutdown on the Mordekaiser, but a kill is a kill nonetheless. Int just trying to get involved. I think he wanted KP on that kill onto the Jinx, but just gets in rocket range, and all it took was one auto, and one auto was enough. Int unfortunately falling there, but still overall pretty good for Sacramento State Gold. For Skyline. They get 2 kills. They grab a shutdown. There's no objectives to play for, and they cannot get any of the standing gold on the map as well, but finding any angle when you're at this big of a deficit here, still pretty early on, is what they will take.
Int might have to go look in the mirror real quick and ask himself why Int on that one there. It was an interesting choice to step back on up, but at the end of the day, they were able to secure quite a few kills, quite a goal, so it was not the end of the world. Regardless, though, neutral objectives aren't going to be up for quite some time here, and so now seeing these shifts in the lanes coming through. Bots moved on mid, mid's moved on bot. Herald's gonna get dropped in the mid lane as well. Probably the timer running out. Cheese Buff gonna do his damnedest to try and push it into the turret, but I'm not sure if they can. There's no minion wave to stop it. It's gonna come down to the damage. Do they have enough? The answer is yes. They are able to stop the Herald from crashing, and the tier 1 is gonna stay relatively healthy.
Both teams have done this now across both games. Skyline did it in game 1, and Sacramento State Gold did it in game 2, just grabbing the Herald but not able to use it for its benefits. So they get the local gold of it from killing it in the first place, but neither side able to get it for plates or to hit a tower at all. Really, really unfortunate across both games, but still, regardless, if you're Sacramento State Gold, you are in the lead here pretty early on. A lot of that is that farm advantage. You can see up there in the top lane, Titled has a 200 gold shutdown with a 0-0-0 score line. It's just purely off of that CS. They got CS leads in the jungle and a big one down bot side as well, giving them this lead here early on.
Yeah. Hey, at least you can cope and say, you know what, the other team didn't get the Herald either, so it's all good. You know, they didn't get to use it, so it's not the end of the world. Regardless, though, very reminiscent of game number 1 that the Heralds not find any turrets. Meanwhile, these junglers roaming around here. Barrels could be in a tricky spot. Corbin and Sun King are on their way as well, but so is Int and Fozzie. It's about to be the clash of a lifetime here once again, but no, they're going to opt to give the red buff on over. No one wants to risk being pulled into the death realm there by Cheese Buff, and so they are establishing a dominance in the jungle already. Barrel's got to be careful.
Just a little too dangerous to walk in. You know that the Garen can move, and Titled was there to help out as well, so they are able to pick that one up. They're going to continue trying to survive and keep this mid lane tier 1 afloat. Fozzie going in with the quickness.
Yeah, huge quickness, followed by the ulti from Carbonetics as well. TP's coming down, pulled into the death realm though. Int in the 1v1 finds the root, finds the damage. Exhaust comes down, and Int goes down once again. He's going to be out for the count. Super mega death rocket tanked up by the barrels. He's going to stay alive and healthy. The TP comes through from Raiden as well, as he wants to try and help hold this tier 1, but I'm afraid you're going to have to give this one on over.
Yeah, unfortunate, just not able to survive the fight. You can see Int is forced to pay his taxes in the forms of a QSS. He's been ulted twice. He does not want to be in the death realm any longer, and that feels horrible for the Xayah, who got a decent bit, back into this one with those 2 early kills. But if you cannot get to that Navori quick blade spike fast, then this champ loses so much value, and QSS is it just feels so bad to build. It costs so much gold. the item it builds into isn't all that great. It's just unfortunate to feel forced to buy this item because of one champ's ability.
Yeah, there is only 3 things that are certain in life: death, taxes, and the need for QSS when you've got a Mordekaiser on the enemy team and you are any sort of carry here. Now maybe they look for something. No Death Realm available at the moment, and they know it, so they might look. They find the flag and drag, find the ulti once again. A lot of damage comes on through, but Cheese Buff is able to escape like the menace he is. Tidal goes in deep, finds a kill, and stays alive. How are they still standing? And they are just gonna clean the rift. Sun King Karna grabbing a triple kill, and that's an ace for Sacramento State Gold.
Yeah, in that last recall from that last fight, Sun King Karna picked up that Runans, and the Runans rockets, all of those champs were stacked in one big clump. So much damage coming out from this Jinx, secures them soul point, secures the AD carry, a triple kill, and it looks like it might secure them a Baron as well.
It might just do that. Slow from the petrifying gaze as well was huge, making sure that they could run them down. Baron's been started up a little bit slower in comparison to game number 1. Regardless, no one there to steal, and it is going to be picked on up. Let's see if they can make something happen with this Baron.
Yeah, I imagine they will. They are at such a big lead, up 10,000 gold, a little more so here at the 22-minute mark. You know, things look dicey in game number 1 for Sacramento State Gold, but they are proving here in game 2 why they are the 2 seed coming into this match.
Yeah, this is, I feel, the game 1 that I expected
Yeah.
to come through. And this time around, we're seeing why, like you mentioned, Sacramento State is seed number 2. Why they are 8-1. No one, not no one, but almost no one has been able to defeat them. And every game that they've won has almost always been a resounding 2-0. And we're seeing that exact same thing happen right here, right now. See the ult have to be used for Wyant to try and escape with his life. Super Mega Death Rocket comes out, but the flash from Wyant is going to keep him alive. He's not inting this death on over. No, sir. And things are just looking rough for the Cougars. They've shown us in game 1 they have what it takes to be here, but the things have just not been working out for them in game number 2.
Oh, they have not. And Sun King Karna and Jorban are showing exactly why they put so much priority into this Jinx Milio. Wyant and Fozzie were not able to get things like this done in game number 1 when they had it in their hands. But the side of Sacramento State Gold and their bot lane are proving this strength. So much damage coming down from this Jinx. Doesn't even have Infinity Edge yet. Has the BF Sword, has the Crit Cloak, working on finishing that one out. And once they do, those crits are going to really hurt. And Wyant just cannot get into auto attack range without the front line there to try and protect him. But when you have this Jinx now at level 13, level 11 as well on the Milio, I imagine we'll have almost full points into that W. It makes it really hard to even get in this Jinx's range.
Yeah, we're seeing just the comp that Sacramento State Gold has set up pays so much dividends. If you want to get into the range of Jinx, you are just begging to be ulted by Cheese Buff. You are begging to be hit with the petrifying gaze by Arnak. You are just begging to get absolutely decimated by Tidal. And so it's like, do you really give your life just to find the kill? But now they're going to look for some kind of a flank to come through. The Cataclysm comes down as well as the ulti from Carbonetics.
Nice equalizer.
The quick gets dropped could be huge. Jorban just barely staying alive, but down he goes. And now they've got Sun King Karna isolated and dead. They're able to grab him. Cheese Buff, meanwhile, staying alive. 1v3 situation, has no death round, but doesn't need it. He'll take Wyant with him into the grave.
Wyant just trying to apply so much damage, but he makes the same mistake he did a few minutes ago when he got killed by the Jinx. He just walks into the range of the Mordekaiser and gets hit by both spells and falls. It feels really, really bad for Wyant. Now 3-6. They're also forced to use his TP. Carbonetics looking on to Arnak, but remember, no equalizer available for this Rumble means that they do not have lethal damage on the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and that damage coming out from Arnak as well. Absolutely. She's only 1, 2, and 2, but so much damage coming out onto Carbonetics. You're obviously not going that necessarily tanky route, so it's gonna hurt a lot. But regardless, you gotta put some respect on Arnak's name. Will say though, that was definitely a sort of a fight that they need to look for here when you're on the side of the Cougars. You're not quite out of it just yet. It's definitely still Sacramento Gold game to lose, but you got to find some kind of an opening if you want to get back in this game.
Absolutely, and you can see the vision as well in all these team fights. Truly, they're executing what they need to. They're getting the barrels to come down with a Cataclysm, getting multiple members trapped in that box, and then Carbonetics drops a nice equalizer that does a ton of damage. The only problem is they're just too far behind. They've made things slightly better, getting 2 kills in the last team fight, but they are down so much gold that even when they get the angles that they're looking for, Fozzy looking for one now.
Indeed, Cataclysm Equalizer combo once again, and Sun King Karna is out for the count. You don't have to dive in deep to get him if he comes to you. Death Realm was utilized as well, but we'll find no victims, and so a quick assassination attempt goes in the Cougars' favor, but now Tidal has something to say. He wants vengeance for his fallen brother, so he goes in deep. A lot of low HP bars flash over the wall for Jordan. They're going to keep on looking for Raiden, who's gone all out on top of Tidal, but the Demacian Justice is going to be exactly what they need, and Tidal stays alive, finds Carbonetic as well for the double kill, looking for the triple as well, and will find just that. It's Demacia all the way through. Cheese Buff was able to pick up one, Arnak was able to pick up another, and another ace for Sacramento State Gold as they look for the end.
I was getting ready to go on a tangent about how I liked what Skyline was doing. They go for a quick kill on the Jinx. They get just that. They don't lose any members, but the long chase goes all for Sacramento State Gold. Too much movement speed on these carries, and there's too much damage coming out. Game 1 was awfully close. Game 2, not the same story. Sacramento State Gold proving why they're the 2 seed here in this match.
And with that, they take the series home. They are moving on to the semifinals, and they knock out the Cougars. And like you said, right, Game 1 was very, I don't want to say surprising, because you still got to put some respect on the Cougars for making it this far, but this was definitely, I feel, the game that we expected, right? This game was not necessarily close by any sort of margin. This was way more the dominant performance we were expecting to see from Sacramento State Gold. They took the reins early on. They were able to punish so many mistakes, and they just ran this thing to the finish line.
Absolutely, and I mean, Skyline, they really held in there. Obviously, Game 1, a much better story than Game 2, but lots of good performances across both games. I think, Carbonetics had a really good Rumble game, looked really good on the Victor 2. Raiden looked really nice on the Camille. Int had his moments as well. The barrels also finding some nice angles on that Maokai, even on the Jarvan later, but just too many things going wrong in that early game. They get too far snowballed. They still have the scaling of the Jinx, and then the top lane matchup was so much better as well. Instead of getting Garen's hardest matchup, you get arguably his best, so things go a lot better for him up there as well, and it was just a perfect recipe for Sacramento State Gold, and they grab the 2-0 series win.
Yeah, overall, we were a little surprised when we saw that Cassandra get picked up in the draft, and I feel we saw exactly that play out, what we thought was going to happen, right? Titled in comparison to game number 1 was like, oh, I get to actually play. Okay, I like this. We can make this work. He goes the Ignite, he goes the Conqueror, and he's just saying, listen, we are going to fight. We are going to duke it out as much as possible. And overall, he's able to come out on top. And I got to say, the barrels, even though it didn't quite work out, and it definitely felt like it made it very hard for them to try and recover the game, I still liked what I saw. I liked the early aggression, the level 2 gank into the mid lane, sending it straight down to the bot lane. It's so unfortunate that it didn't end up working out in their favor, but it was still so cool to see them adapt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, truthfully, even though it was 2-0 and Skyline didn't look fantastic in game number 2, I'm still really impressed. As a team that went 3-6 in the regular season, coming into this one as huge underdogs, I love their aggression. I think they played around having leads or even having some deficits, especially in game number 2, and found those picks. They found some early angles that I really, really liked. I think a lot of times when you get a team who is coming in as the huge underdog, they didn't have a great regular season, they're facing off against a team who only lost one game across all 9 weeks. They played really well, and they had some good things, some really highlight moments, but just not able to squeak out that game 1 win. And then, of course, game 2, just not enough things going right for them to really stand a chance against the side of Sacramento State Gold.
Yeah, didn't push themselves into that hole. It's like, oh, we're scared of this team. We're just going to play for scaling, pray to the scale gods that we're able to get there somehow, some way. They said, no, screw it. We're fighting. We are going to put these guys into the dirt. Fortunately, they didn't dig a hole deep enough, and they weren't quite able to, bury him. But regardless, it was still a really good showing. It was still very entertaining. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, Paladino. And so that is going to be the last series for us here tonight. Paladino, thank you so much for joining me as we get to cast this. We will be back next week once again for the semifinals. Y'all better take it easy. Have a good rest of your day. We're going to sign out.